All right. Shabbat Shalom, brothers and sisters. I hope all is well in these times as we wait for Christ's return and straighten ourselves. For this lesson, it's going to be um, it's very needed. Okay. Um, so we're going to go into many are called, few are chosen, and this lesson is called the narrow path. I repeat, it's called the narrow path. So many times we think about just getting to the kingdom. So many times people think about just following the laws of the Most High or just keeping the holy days of the Bible. But if it was that easy, why would there be a narrow path, right? You know this the famous adage that the world says, if it was easy, everyone would do it. That's the narrow path. It was that adage was stolen from the Bible. If it was easy, everyone would be walking it. Everyone would have the courage. Everyone would stand up. But today, brothers and sisters, I'm going to show you through scripture why it's called the narrow path, okay? And what it truly means. In a light of many things here, but moving forward, let's get into it, brothers and sisters. All right. Deuteronomy. We're going to start right from Book of Moses, Deuteronomy 30, 15 through 20. Now, it reads, see, I have set before thee this day life and good, death and evil, in that I command thee this day to love the Lord thy God, to walk in his ways, to keep his commandments and his statutes and his judgments, that thou mayest live and multiply, and that the Lord thy God shall bless thee in the land whither thou goest to possess it. But if thine heart turn away, so that thou wilt not hear, but shall be drawn away and worship other gods and serve them, I denounce unto you this day that ye shall surely perish, and that ye shall not prolong your days upon the land whither thou possess, whether thou passest over Jordan to go to possess it. I call heaven and earth to record this day against you, that I have set before you life and death, blessing and cursing. Therefore choose life, that both thou and thy seed may live, that thou mayest love the Lord thy God, and that thou mayest obey his voice, and that thou mayest cleave unto him. For he is thy life, and the length of thy days, that thou mayest dwell in the land which the Lord sware unto thy fathers, to Abraham, Isaac, and to Jacob, to give them. Now, brothers and sisters, I'm not saying I'm Moses, but every minister, every leader of a congregation should always let it be known to their congregants. You have the option to choose life or death. You choose life or death. You choose blessing or cursing. Now, brothers and sisters, this is not to mistaken people who get blessed in this world, in this lifetime, in this temporal world with houses and cars, jewelry, the things that they want and desire. We're not talking about that blessing, okay? Look what Moses said in the beginning. Verse 15, see, I have set before thee. Now, if you understand, before, once again, let's scroll through this quickly. Before was a term for against. It says over against the person. So, life and death is either going to be against you or for you in terms. Either you're going to live an honorable life unto the Most High, or you're going to live a life in regard to death. And look what it says, street, right? We would say living in the street is not of the way of the Most High, right? As they say, the streets. So Moses said, if you want to live the life of doing whatever, be a man about it. Be a woman about it. But what we're going to do is set life and good. And take a look at what this term means. Alive, fresh, strong, life or living thing, age, alive, appetite, beast, company, congregation, life, also lifetime, maintenance. Okay? So life is not just what you think it means to live. It means if you choose to serve the Most High, these things will come with it. A fresh life, a fresh start. That's from baptism, right? A fresh start for the remission of your sins, renewing your mind, showing your fruits from what you used to be to what you are now becoming. Right? This is what it means to choose life and blessing. Even your animals, even your appetite. Now, brothers and sisters, remember, the New Testament told us that we are to not look at things carnal. So we're not talking about a carnal appetite. We're talking about a spiritual appetite. We're talking about Matthew chapter 5. Blessed are those who thirst and hunger, right? If you serve the Most High, if you choose this life, you will be fed. Your appetite will change. The things that you desire and have and used to have interest in will no longer be a part of your life. The strongholds that hold you down into sin will no longer be a part of your life. And then, how could we forget congregations? A good leader, a good minister, a good teacher, they will always bring this scripture in remembrance to their congregation. You know why? Even to people who are on the edge of joining. Why? Well, because there's life and death in the very congregation you choose as well. You cannot just sit there and say, oh, I have the truth, and cherry pick from one group to another to another, to another, to another, to another, to another. Uh, this is why it's so bad. Okay. This is why it's so bad when maybe a lot of people misunderstand when I say, hey, if you belong to somewhere else, go somewhere else. Go where you belong. Am I knocking that place? No, because Paul said, hey, one waters, one seeds, right? There's certain ministers, there's certain teachers who do certain things. Am I going to knock them? No. But I know what my ministry stands for. One word. My ministry can be wrapped up in one word: conviction. How many times people have said, man, that really hit me? Conviction. And you know what conviction means? Let's get you the proper term. Conviction. The act of proving, finding, or determining to be guilty of an offense charged against a person before a legal tribunal, as by confession. The act of convincing or compelling one to admit the truth of a charge. The act of convincing of sin and sinfulness, the state of being convinced or convicted by conscience, the state of being sensible of guilt. Because if a ministry or if a leader isn't teaching you so that your heart feels convicted, what need is there for you to repent? Right? I almost thought the Bible told us in Romans chapter 3 that we all fall short. Okay? We all fall short. And I'm going to show you that today. So if we all fall short, we should not only be repenting, but then I shared with you all in Hebrews a while ago, Hebrews chapter 6. Not laying again the foundation of repentance from dead works. If they shall fall away, to renew them again unto repentance, seeing they crucify themselves to the Son of God afresh and put him to an open shame. So not repenting because you're sorry only, but repenting by your actions. Let your actions say, I'm sorry. Let your words that come from your heart, the treasures of your heart, say, I'm sorry. So this is what I ask of you, brothers and sisters. Choose life. Like I said, every congregation is not going to do it. Christ told us how to identify scribes and Pharisees, did he not? He said, be aware of false prophets, false teachers, right? If they're not letting you know that you, as an individual person in a congregation or just walking around, have to choose. You have to make a choice. And guess what? Whether you believe the Bible or not, you've made a choice. And whether you believe the scriptures or certain scriptures, some Christians think half of the Bible is correct. Whether you believe, you've already made a choice as well. You're going to go on the other side. So now let's look at what this word good means. So the Most High through Moses said, I have set before thee this day life and good. What does it mean? Good. Look at this. It first starts off as good, a good or good thing, a good man, a good woman. So please don't think that this turns into relationships. Before you start a relationship, you must be a good man or a good woman, right? You cannot say, Most High, I want a good man and not be a good woman. Does it make sense? Vice versa. Men, you can not say, man, I want a good woman and not be a good man, right? And what does good come from? Serving the Most High, moving forward. But look what good means. It means to be beautiful. We're not talking out outer appearance. We're talking character. We're talking your aura. We're talking your presence. Good means to be your best. Good means you have the ability to say, I'm better than what I was yesterday. You know how many times I tell my congregation in person, I say, don't say can't and don't say don't. Those are spells. I'm going to show you that in the Halloween series. Don't say can't and don't say don't. If you're not going to do something, say, I won't do it. Simple. Don't say I can't, because before can't means can, and before don't means do, right? Means I can do, right? Which means you can be better than what you are thinking. You can be the best you than what you think you are giving. This is why I always tell you, do more. Do more, because your best hasn't even started yet. And let me explain. Brothers and sisters, we are in the end. We are waiting for the return of Christ, and things are going to get worse. We're coming upon a time where they are, I repeat, they are going to drop nuclear bombs in several regions in the world. The Bible already told us we are no longer in rumors. It's just a time for brothers and sisters to repent one last time and give up their life before they see the clouds in the sky and it's too late. This is this is the time, brothers and sisters. Our best is coming when we are tried by fire. You're going to see how you are better than what you ever thought. A lot of you are thinking, man, how could I make this? But failing to realize that the Most High is not the author of confusion. He brought you into the truth at this moment, or He's kept you into the truth if you've been in for years at this moment, so you can be your best. So you can be your best. Because going to work at a 9 to 5, that's not your best. Working for someone else's business, that's not your best. Being so tired and working and going to school and then barely having time to give to the Most High and only serving Him one day, that's not your best. You're better than that. And the Most High wants you to know it. And this is why it's important. You must choose. Because if you want to see the best you, we're going to have to go through this narrow path. If you want to see a better you, you're going to have to go through the narrow path. If you want to see a cheerful you, you're going to have to go through the narrow path. If you want to see a joyful you, you're going to have to go through the narrow path. If you want to see a merry you, you're going to have to go through the narrow path. If you want to see a pleasant and loving you, you're going to have to go through the narrow path. If you're going to want to see a precious and sweet you, you're going to have to go through the narrow path. And if you want to know if the Most High favors your soul, you are going to have to go through the narrow path. You can do it. Trust and believe. You can do it. Now look what it says, right? The root word to be, do or make. So the word good means to be good, to do good, or to make you good. See, you understand that serving the Most High is all about consistent change. I better see something different from last month in myself. I tell my family all the time, I tell my congregants all the time that's with me. I say, how I'm marking myself is, well, what did I do last year? What did I do last month? Oh, maybe last week wasn't the best week. I got to do better. And this is the life the Most High told us to live. To choose a what? What did he tell us to choose? To choose a better life. That means you should not be satisfied by what you are doing. You should want to wake up and put a new smile on the Most High's face every day. Like, whoa, man, look at this one. I I know I gave them some gifts, but man, they really did something new with it. And then you have the opportunity to choose death. And look what it means. It just means ruin. Okay? It just means ruin. So you can ruin yourself. Now, obviously, it means to die, to kill. Look at some of the root words here. The only one, crying. That's the only one I'm going to say. Death means crying. To always be sad. To always hold your head down. You know how many people are out in the world who are scared of what's coming? And they think their tears right now mean something. It's only going to get worse. You see people on the news, what was that? I saw someone share with me. Um, a 15-year-old boy just shot his 16-year-old brother, and I think some of his family members, and I think in Babylon in the state of North Carolina. And then people have the nerve to say, why did this happen? Why? You chose death. You chose not to raise your family under the Most High. You chose it. So by not choosing the Most High, you don't get the things of the Most High. You don't get surety that your children are going to grow up without evil. You don't get that because you're not following the Most High. People say, oh, why do bad things always happen to me? Well, in the truth, Those are called trials and tribulations. And even out of the truth, those are called trials and tribulations. You're going to see, because we're going to end this with 2nd Ezra chapter 7. And everyone goes through some things the same, but those who are still walking with death, because the wages of sin equals death, everything leads up to death. And if they don't turn it around and serve the Most High and repent, it will end up in death. That's what it means to choose death. And then evil. What it means. Now, obviously, we know bad, which is evil. Well, look what this is: adversity. And we're not talking about your regular adversity or not regular adversity, but our trials and tribulation adversity, or the affliction of the righteous and adversity of the righteous. We're not talking about that. We're talking about always getting eviction letters. We're talking about always having to go to the government for handouts. We're talking about always being told you can't do something or you need to do better with no one giving a solution. We're talking about people always starting arguments and fights with you. This is what it means to choose death and evil. Living in harm's way. Now, some of us will live in harm's way as we get closer to the end. That's true. Living in misery, living sadly, living not or naughty, and naught means nothing. And then when you add the naughty, it means wickedness. We know what naughty means: perverse. Think about it, right? Look at all those song artists, those musicians, those movie stars, right? You would think these people have the best of money. They have the most time on their hands possible. They have what you call freedom, right? And they still want to kill themselves. They still end up overdosing. They still end up doing some of the most heinous crimes we've ever heard of, right? Is because they didn't choose the Most High. And at the end of that road, I don't care how much money you get, I don't care how much savings you have, I don't care how nice your car, your home is, I don't care if your business is on the Fortune 500 or whatever. Hey, it's going to lead to misery. Because do you know what you have to do to get money? You have to compromise. Don't you dare say you don't. Look at all those celebrities and their dead family members. You don't think you got to compromise? Satan not just going to let you have something because it pleases you. You have to give something. You have to give a piece of you. You have to give a piece of your soul. Look, pay attention. So I ask you, brothers and sisters, I pray that you choose life. I pray that you choose good. I pray that you choose the Most High, because the time is nigh. And guess what? If you're in another congregation, great. But make sure you evaluate what? Make sure you evaluate if they're teaching you life, if they're showing you the path of life and good. Because if they're not, then the road that you travel is to death. Let's get into it. Matthew chapter 7. verse 13 to 14. And I read, enter ye in at the strait gate, for wide is the gate and broad is the way that leadeth to destruction, and many there be which go in there at. So let's break it down. You think of enter, right? Enter, arise, come into, go in, right? I mean, it's simple. We think it's simple, right? When we see when you're driving on a road, it says if you're going on a wrong way, it says do not enter, right? We think, and it's so sad because we truly think the path is just that simple to just walk to it. Anyone notice that? Barely anyone who claims to be a believer talks about the straight and narrow. Does anyone notice that? It's always about the law, the holy days, and those things are correct, and we still observe them. But that's not what makes up the narrow path. The narrow path is combined of everything, right? Everything to serve the Most High. Now look what it says: the root to or into, indicating the point reached or entered. So the goal to even start this journey is what? To reach a point. To reach a point. Come on. Look at some of the key words. Against. Why? Because Satan would be against you when you go on that path. The minute you put your foot, the minute you raise your foot to step on that path, Satan is against you. And you may say, oh, well, Satan's against me, regardless. Hey, Satan knows who's a threat and who isn't. Let's be real. He was a cherubim. He knows who's a threat. You are not a threat if you're not walking on the path. I don't care how much knowledge you have. He doesn't care about you. Satan has powers unimaginable. These evil spirits once dwelt in the kingdom. And what? Just because you follow the law and the commandments, that makes you good? What, some people wear fringes, that makes you a threat to Satan? Satan's like, seriously? You haven't even come close. Because watch this, right? I'm going to show you how Satan could care less about the outwardly actions. The laws, the fringes, all those things. Um, Adam, Eve, Enoch, Abel, Noah, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, the 12 tribes of Israel. Not one of them wore fringes, did they? Right? They kept the laws of the Most High. They served the Most High. But no, I mean, let's even take it back to Adam and Eve. What was Satan after? What was Satan after? Was he after Adam? No. Was he after Eve? No. He was after love. He was after love. The love you have for the Most High. He wants to destroy it. Think about it, right? They knew nothing. All they did was serve the Most High and obey. He's after the passion, the love that you have for the Most High. He wants to drain it. He wants to run it dry. Christ is the well of life, and he wants to drain it dry. He wants to drain that water out of your soul. He wants you to go backward. And yes, on the gate, on the narrow path, we're going to eventually backslide every now and then. The Bible tells us that. We make mistakes, we fall short. But by no means does backsliding mean to retreat back to where you started. You gather yourself, you gather your mind, you gather your emotions, and you man or woman up. Because what did Christ say? Because straight is the gate, and narrow is the way which leadeth unto life, and few there be that find it. So only few are man enough. Only few are woman enough to actually follow Christ. Think about it, right? And this is no disrespect to anyone who's ever been in domestic violence. But do you understand in a domestic violence case, women stay with their with the abuser, right? They call it Stockholm syndrome, right? So staying with the one who abuses you, loving them, seeing no wrong, right? Now, boy, that's a demonic spirit, isn't it? To believe that if someone gives you black eyes and breaks bones, that that's love. Now, what if you transferred that mindset but into righteousness on the narrow path? What if you said, you know what? Satan can push me, he can stab me, he can shoot me, he can kick me, he can stomp me, but I'm still going to love the Most High. What if you kept that same mindset? We're not going to call it Stockholm syndrome. We're going to call the I love the Most High more than anything syndrome, right? What if you kept that same mindset? Wouldn't everyone make it? I believe so. But Christ said what? Enter ye in at the straight, at the straight, at the straight. Now, no one looks at the word narrow and then sees from obstacles standing close about. Do you understand that Satan only cares about those who stand or who are walking on the narrow path? Mind you, what did I say? He's laughing at people who haven't even put a toe or lifted up their foot on this path. We're talking about Satan puts obstacles, these spirits put obstacles in our path day in and day out just so you can get discouraged. What is an obstacle for? Right? Let's go into it. What is an obstacle for, brothers and sisters? It's time to get serious. that which opposes, anything that stands in the way or hinders progress, anything that's going to stop you from being what? Let's go back to it, Deuteronomy 30. Anything that stops you or hinders you from choosing life and good, Satan is going to hinder it. Stop thinking that, oh, woe is me, I'm just no good. That's an obstacle. It's called a mental and emotional obstacle. I hope you followed me. Anything that stands in the way, and brothers and sisters, when I say anything, I mean anything. Family, friends, spouse, parents, children, grandparents, grandchildren, whatever, jobs, co-workers, bosses, finances, all these things are obstacles and so much more. And so much more. It's time, brothers and sisters, that you understand what the straight gate is. The straight gate, it's straight, it's clear, it's cut. How to walk it is correct. But the root word, histome, to stand. To stand on what? To stand on the word, right? To stand by the word. Didn't I teach you that? To stand by the word. To abide. To abide by Christ the entire time that Satan slaps you with obstacles. You've been appointed for this walk. Okay. You've been appointed. You want to know why everyone can't understand? It's because only few are allowed on this journey. Only few. Only few. And then to bring you, what is the narrow path? It's to bring you closer to the Most High. Now, remember, it says in the New Testament, it tells us, draw nigh unto the Lord and he will draw nigh to you, right? How do you draw nigh to the Most High without a path, right? In Book of Proverbs, he talks about a path being lit, right? As a lamp unto my feet, even in the Book of Psalms, right? So what is a lamp for if you're not on a path? Oh, when you are on the straight and narrow, you are drawing nigh. He is bringing you back to his arms. He's bringing you back home where you belong. On the straight and narrow, we continue our journey. No matter what, we uphold the covenant. We are being established. We are being established. Y'all know what established means, right? Set and fixed firmly. Now, I told you Satan laugh at people who think they on something, to think they doing something. Established means to set and fix firmly. Now understand this. If you're walking on the straight and narrow to be established by the Most High, to be settled permanently, don't you think you'd be an official enemy of Satan? Because you now are in favor with the Most High. Now that means that wherever the Most High sends you, you become a weapon of righteousness. You become a light. Uh, 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 you become a light to expose darkness, right? And Satan doesn't want that, right? He loves darkness. Why would he want light in his presence? So you become an enemy. And this is why. And you have to understand, right? On this narrow path, few there be that find it. Few. That doesn't mean that you won't show other people the path while you're going. You will show other people the path, and they too will have to walk their own path. That's influence of Christ. How did so many fall, or how did so many lose hope or interest in trying to even walk the narrow path? Because everyone talks about it, but no one's showing the walk, right? So when the Most High establishes you, it's Satan's job to accuse us. If you read in the pseudographia, it even says that Satan till this day accuses Moses, till this day. Yet the Most High already made judgment on Moses, and Moses is good to go without a shadow of a doubt. But he still, for no reason at all, still likes to bring up his faults and his sins. And so if we're nowhere close to Moses, well, what do you think that means for us? Straight, but the obstacles, the gate. Now look what it says, the leaf or wing of a folding entrance. Now when you put your two hands together, right, you can open one and close one, like a leaf, right? Like a wing. So understand this, that straight gate leads into the kingdom. I'm going to show you that in 2nd Ezra chapter 7. You know those doors in Matthew 25 where the foolish virgins were banging on? Those were those gates. That door where it was closed. But straight is the gate, for wide is the gate. Look what it says. Wide means broad. Spread out flat. It means plot. Okay. That is shape or fabricate. Now, let me. This is deep because we know Satan is a deceiver. So, brothers and sisters, you think about broad and wide. The word just told us plaso. The root word goes back to shape or fabricate. So Satan is going to fabricate what he wants you to see and what he wants you to think a path should be. Did you follow me? You're not getting it yet? Let me bring it back. Spread out flat. Plot, that is broad, wide. Bring it back. Platus, root word, to mold. He's creating something as a distraction. He's shaping something for you. He's fabricating something for you. Look what it says, fabricate, to invent and form, to forge, to devise falsely. So he wants you to believe that you're doing just right and you can have the cars, you can have the house, you can have all those things. He's fabricating a lifestyle of Christianity and Bible and the congregations in the churches. He's fabricating a path where you think it's okay, but really it has nothing to do with Christ, the Holy Spirit, or the Most High. Now, how deep is that? I told you conviction, right? Because with conviction also comes acknowledgement. And if you can't acknowledge that Satan has fabricated a path for you, just what you want, well, guess what? You will be the many that go therein. You will be the many. Because how could a wide road, and you think about it, right? This was written, I mean, this was said perfectly by Christ. You mean to tell me the narrow, we think of a balance beam and the gymnast, right? We think of a narrow path, right? But wait. It's not the narrow path that leads to destruction, right? It's the wide. Think of a highway. It's the wide road that leads to destruction. And it's not the wide road, it's a fabricated road. It's like Satan saying, hey, take this back road. I'll get you there faster, right? You know, we got GPS. They ask you for the fastest route. Fastest route ain't always the best route, is it? Neither is the safest. I shared this before in previous lessons years ago. Said what? Most High had children of Israel go in the wilderness 40 years, right? All in a circle, if you think about it. If you read, all in a circle. They could have just went straight out there to the land of Israel, right? But there was a reason, because he was weeding out the deceivers. He was weeding out the imposters. Mm. Just hey, and just like I used to hear there were what is it? There was people who came in my congregation, 30 plus people, uh, about a year ago, and they were talking about, Mr. Shop, what do you think about going to? I think they were talking about Belize and Mexico uh, and Cape Verde, right? And Cameroon, and I'm like, it's not in the Bible. And you see, all those people who can't seem to understand, it's because Satan fabricated what you want. Satan will fabricate that. Oh, you leave from Babylon. Make sure you go where your money is good, right? So you can live a great life, right? Make sure you go where the currency is good, right? Where did Christ say that? I thought in Matthew chapter 6 it said, take no thought. Take no thought for your life. Are you on the narrow, or did Satan mislead you with a fabricated path that does not exist? You ever seen the Twilight Zone? Half the things, they're like, oh, did it happen? Did it not? And at the end, it's like it never happened, right? You don't understand Satan? Satan is going to fabricate. He's going to fabricate it if you allow it. Moving forward, that leadeth to destruction. Now, I'm breaking it all the way down to take off, bring, carry away, lead away, put to death, take away. Now, check this out. I'm only going to hit this one. lead away. You got two paths before you, life and death. One path got tons of obstacles in it. You like, nah, I'm good. I that's just too much. I'm not that strong. I'm not that smart. There's other people out there better than me. Those are all the thoughts that come into people's minds, right? And then the other path looks beautiful, meadows, green scenery, vacations, good job, right? Savings in your account. And you're like, well, obviously this got to be from the Most High. Why would he want me to go through that? And see, that's fabricated. Because then, watch this. You get that lifestyle and then find out people only want to be around you because you have something, right? People only want to be around you because they can benefit you, right? Nobody want to talk to you when you talk about the Bible, but let me go and tell someone I work for example, there was a few years ago I applied to um, work for Olympic team in Colorado. Let me tell someone that I applied for Olympic team and I got the job. They would be, oh wow, he's doing so great. He's so amazing. Look what our family produces, right? But they ain't got nothing to say when you serve the Most High, right? Oh look, you a nurse. You was with COVID. You was helping the people. You was a doctor. Look at you. You're doing so great. But then let you talk about the Bible. Let you have a mediocre job. Let you have no job. Ah, what a waste. We thought there was going to be something, right? So Satan always going to lead people into the path that looks nice, and then boom, you're going to realize those people don't love you. Satan wants to remove love. Why do you think? Why do you think they have used love as their number one weapon to commit atrocities towards the Most High? They say woman should love herself, kill a child. They say everyone should love themselves, binary, non-binary, cisgender, this gender, that gender, all genders. The whole point is to lead you away from true love. Because then all those people got all that money just to find out no one loves you. No one loves you. Only the Most High love you, but you were too busy pursuing a fabricated path that was not from the Most High. And then instead of drawing nigh to him, you were running away from him. We talking about entering the gates, brothers and sisters, that leadeth to destruction. Now look what destruction is: ruin, loss. This could be physically, spiritually, or eternally. Damnable nation, it says, which would be damnation. Destruction, die, perdition. Now, perdition and waste. But perdition is for those who once believed in the Most High and turned their back. So, yeah, you got people who actually have stepped foot on the path and turned around. You got people who've been halfway on the path, and it's like, well, uh, I'm just so tired of this. I give up. I won't do this no more. How do we know this? Is it? Let me get that scripture real quick. Hebrews 6:4. For it is impossible for those who were once enlightened to have tasted of the heavenly gift and were made partakers of the Holy Ghost, and have tasted the good word of God and the powers of the word to come, if they shall fall away, to renew them again unto repentance, seeing they crucify themselves to the Son of God afresh and put him to an open shame. And then also, for if we willfully sin after that we have received the knowledge of the truth, there remaineth no more sacrifice for sins, but a certain fearful looking for of judgment and fire indignation which shall devour the adversaries. So fall away and see what happens. That's why Moses said, and I say to you, brothers and sisters, man up, woman up. If you all in, say I'm all in. Good, bad, ugly, soresome, grievous, noisome, all of it. You guys to take it all. Because Ephesians 6 told us, once you step on this gate, once you step in this narrow path, you're not fighting flesh. These obstacles ain't of the flesh. These obstacles are of entities that prepare. They prepare. But you see how it works? Ecclesiasticus 33, my favorite. Good is set against evil, life against death. So is the godly against the sinner, sinner against the godly. Once you choose life, we are enemies to the devil. We are enemies. We are in a battle. So look upon all the works of the Most High. There are two and two, one against another. So you know immediately when you walk on that narrow path, there are two and two. The works of the Most High is you coming to him. But also the works of the Most High is what? Allowing Satan to try us just as he tried his son for our sins. You follow me? Are you following me? And little do people know, they say, why would the Most High allow this? You know how many sins we committed? You know how many sins we committed? And they said we put Christ to an open shame. You know how many sins we committed? Do you know when you read the Dead Sea Scrolls and ancient texts that when it says bearing false witness, that it means if you claim to be a believer of the Most High and you are not doing what he said to do and what Christ said to do, you are bearing false witness every time you say you're in the truth. That's what it means. It don't mean by saying the Most High's name in vain. Obviously, we would never do such things. That's sin, right? Obviously, that's sin. But that sin goes deeper than just saying that. Bearing false witness, taking his name in vain, saying, oh, yeah, I serve the Most High. Yeah, I'm doing right. Liar, liar. People are liars. Go ahead and look up those two. Bearing false witness and claiming or calling the Most High's name in vain. It means saying that you are a man or a woman of God and you got not even 5 good works in the book of life. The same people who Christ said, depart from me, I never knew you, you worker of iniquity. But now, brothers and sisters, flipping it back, why would the Most High allow this on the narrow path? Well, it's all for the glory of him. And I want you to think of it differently from now on. Don't think of the Most High to say, oh, why Most High, you allow this to happen. I want you, brothers and sisters, to say to yourself, The Most High chose me to make the devil look bad. Think about how much power that has when you say that. Not, oh, not instead of, oh, Most High, I'm so sorry. Why you put me through this? Why don't you try saying, the Most High chose me to tear down the devil's lies. The Most High chose me because he saw me as the best representative for him in Christ. The Most High chose me because the devil hated me. The Most High chose me because he loves me so much that he wants me to see that I'm better than what's attacking me. I dare you, change your way of thinking. This is what it means to renew your mind. How can you walk in the straight and narrow and not understand these things? It's time, brothers and sisters. We moving. We moving. And Christ's return is soon. Proverbs 4 and 7 reads, wisdom is the principal thing. Therefore, get wisdom, and with all thy getting, get understanding. You may ask, well, why did I put this? I'm going to give you, and I hope I am already, understanding on how to walk this scary but rewardful narrow path. Think about it. Think about it. And think about all those people who do they walk the zip line, right? Just like this, right? Do you understand what you have to do to walk that zip line? Your body got to be good. You have to have a good core. You have to have a good legs. You have to have good arms and good balance. Now, let's take the body because I was in sports medicine. My degree is that. Let's take the core. Now, we understand the core as what? The obliques and the abs, upper and lower, right? Goes into the hips, goes into the back, even goes into the teres minor and major, into the chest. Okay. But brothers and sisters, now think spiritual. The core is your foundation. If you don't have a strong core, how can you balance the truth? Right? That's why it says, study to show thyself approved. What? Let's get it. 2 Timothy 2 and 15. Study to show thyself approved, a workman needeth not be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth. That means you got to know how to apply certain things. When you walking on that narrow, you got to know how to apply certain scripture to those certain obstacles, right? You don't want to use the wrong scripture and then the obstacle get bigger because it's wrong, right? You don't want to waste your energy on the narrow path with an obstacle, right? You want to make sure that every time you go over that obstacle, that you have your core in contact, you have your balance, you have your focus, right? But this is what it's about. You study to show thyself approved so that when you step foot on that narrow path, you don't have to be ashamed when Satan throws obstacles at you because you know which scriptures to use for discernment. That's what that scripture means. And we're talking about getting all understanding, but it says, shun profane and vain babblings, for they will increase more ungodliness. And then you wonder why I put this scripture, Proverbs 4 and 7. With wisdom, get thy understanding. sitting there finger smashing on the keyboard or on the phone. What understanding are these people getting? What understanding are you getting from this? Right? What understanding? Where's the edification? Psalms 139. Psalms 139, verse 23 and 24. It reads, Search me, O God, and know my heart. Try me and know my thoughts, and see if there be any wicked way in me, and lead me in the way everlasting. So every time when you have said, Most High, I'm choosing a life with you, I'm choosing all things good in your eyes, you by default say, Most High, search me. You're saying, Most High, search me, try me, examine me. Do you understand what the narrow path is? It's saying, Most High, before I get to you, examine and tear apart all evil in me. So that by time you get to the Most High, you are pure as snow. Didn't Christ say that in the book of Revelation? That we should what? Have white robes, right? Make sure your garments are not spotted, right? So by time you approach him, you are clean. So by walking on this near path, you're saying, I'm filthy. That's right. But I'm trying and I'm ready. I'll die by this. There's no one by my side, very few people encouraging me, but I'm ready to stand alone. I'm ready to walk the walk. I'm ready for you to show me every impurity in my body, in my soul, and my mind. I'm ready to take your hand and your hand only to be led to the kingdom. You see what David's saying here? So, brothers and sisters, conviction is about Most High, not just acknowledge, but when you come to that narrow path, but saying, Search me. I want you to dig inside my soul, Most High. I want you to let me know what darkness is inside of me before your son comes, so that I may be clean and pure. This is the narrow path, brothers and sisters. And it's okay. It's okay. You don't think the Most High tears up? You don't think the Most High smiles when he sees every child say, Enough is enough? I'm giving this up. I'm giving that up. Enough is enough. I'm going to put away my weak nature. Enough is enough where I let other people determine how hard I go in the truth. Enough is enough. You don't think he smiles? Of course he smiles. Of course he's happy. He loves you. Proverbs 4:26 through 27 reads, Ponder the path of thy feet, and let all thy ways be established. Turn not to the right hand nor to the left. Remove thy foot from evil. You're not even getting it, are you? Ponder thy feet. Understand that if you're in this for the race, just like Paul said, understand that every step matters. You know what? Instead of saying Black Lives Matter, all lives matter, white lives matter, we should say every step matters. We should say, right? We should say every step matters. Because if I slip on that path, I do want you to understand Once you slip off the narrow path completely, who do you think is below to catch you? Well, if the Most High's throne is above us, who's beneath us? Satan's like, yes, I knew you would come to me. Yes, I'll catch you. No, but you want to hold the Most High's hand. I don't, yes, the Most High has caught us. We've been in the worst of situations. Everyone has been in some of the worst situations others can believe. That's your testimony to share with us, brothers and sisters alike, worldwide. But forgive me for saying I don't want the Most High to catch me. I want the Most High to hold me. I want him to hold my hands, right? Because catching me means I fell, right? Right? When you say you catch someone, that means you're falling, right? I want you to hold my hand. I want you to walk me through this. I want you to coach me. I want you to help me ponder the path of my feet. I want you to encourage me. I don't want to use you, Most High, as someone who will catch me when I'm doing wrong. I want to learn before wrong comes, and I want to stomp on the devil's head like the serpent he is. Help me ponder the path of my feet so that I'm established only in you. This is what needs to be said. Now, brothers and sisters, let's get a little deeper. Let's get a little deeper. How do you say, ponder thy feet? How do you ponder your own feet? Proverbs 4:23 reads, keep thy heart with all diligence, for out of it are the issues of life. You understand? I told you what Satan wants to take your love, right? Satan wants to take your love, and he wants to replace your love with what? The issues, with the issues with the issues and the cares of this life. 1 John 2:16. For all that is in the world, the lust of the flesh and the lust of the eyes and the pride of life is not of the Father, but is of the world. And now let's bring it back real quick, real quick. Let's bring it back. The issues, right? The issues of life. Mark chapter 4. And what does Satan use to get you away from the Most High? Mark 4:18. And these are they which are sown among thorns, such as hear the word, and the cares, the issues of this world, and the deceitfulness of riches, and the lust of other things enter in, choke the word, and it becometh fruitful. Let all the crap go. Let it go. I'm telling you. Didn't it tell us in Second Ezra? I think it was 13, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see. Second. Apologies. 14. 14 and 13. It told us Second Ezra 14 and 13 reads, Now therefore set thine house in order, reprove thy people, comfort such as them as be in trouble, and now renounce corruption, let go from thee mortal thoughts, and cast away the burdens of man. Put off now weak nature, and set aside the thoughts that are most heavy unto thee, and haste thee to flee from these times. That means your mind should be focused on what? What should your mind be focused on if you want to endure to the end? What should your mind be focused on if you want to stand before Christ in righteousness? What should your mind be focused on? I tell you what it should be focused on: the issues of this life, which means when he said, Seek ye first the kingdom, and all things shall be added, that's what your focus should be on. Keep your heart away. Keep your heart away from this world. It's the most precious thing that we have. It's our heart. I told you before, Satan is a soul snatcher. He wants to snatch souls. He doesn't love you. He doesn't love me. He doesn't love the Most High. He doesn't love anyone. He's selfish. He didn't even love the angels that he fell with. He just wanted to use them. He's selfish. There's no love in him. He's jealous. He's spiteful. He's angry. He's bitter. Keep your heart. Keep your mind. Keep it away from the issues, the cares of this world. That's how you stay focused, brothers and sisters, on this narrow path. You mean to tell me we at the end, they talking about bombs and they still talking about nonsense on the news? Come on. They still talking about genders and different stuff on the news? Come on. None of that's going to matter. It never did. It was a fabricated path. Moving forward, James chapter 1, the issues of this life. James chapter 1, verse 14 through 15 reads, But every man is tempted when he is drawn away of his own lust and enticed. So, brothers and sisters, when you say that Psalms 139, search me, you better be ready, because the Most High is going to share with you what? Your carnal desires. And he's going to say, stay away, because we have a God who loves us, right? He's not going to just show us a problem. He's going to give us the solution. So the problem is sin. The solution is this, right? Brothers and sisters, don't get tempted. If you haven't started the narrow path, don't get tempted. If you are on the narrow path, don't let old things come into your mind. Is it worth it? Don't let Satan distract you for for something so minute, for something temporal. Understand that this path comes with temptation. This path comes with, you know, just the hatred of Satan. And yes, just as the Most High's focus on us when we're on this path, guess what? Satan is focused on us as well. He's coming to accuse you. entice you, draw you away to lust and sin. He's coming to put doubts in your mind. And you know what? You may evaluate, brothers and sisters, that you've walked further in the path than you think. And Satan's starting to whisper things, and he's like, and then you end up looking down. You're like, oh man. But that was the whole point of Satan, to get you to look from the object, from the reward, the kingdom. That's at the end of this. Don't look left. Remember it said, ponder thy path, turn not right or left. Don't look left, don't look right. Hey, people calling you from behind, your family, your friends, your old co-workers, whatever. Don't turn around. Because understand, Satan only brings them when you are what? Halfway there. You follow me? Right? Now, take a look at my cursor, okay? Yeah, let me do it this way. I want y'all to take a look at this, right? Take a look at my cursor. So you start on this rock, okay? This rock is Peter. Let's just say that. You start on this rock. Or better yet, excuse me, we'll start with Christ. Because Christ gave the keys to Peter, right? And Christ is our foundation. So you start on Christ and you start walking. And you start walking. By the time you get to this path, little here, this piece right here, you get to a little minute, like, minute things. Oh, maybe, issues in your, your family, issues with friends, changing. And this part is more about changing yourself, okay? But once you get here, then, or should I say, between here, this whole gap, once you get here, then you start having family and friends. Hey, what's going on, man? Oh yeah, 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 I remember that, yeah. And the point is to get you what? The point is to grab your focus away from your goal. Mind you, why are they talking to you in the middle of the path? Huh? You wasn't with me in the beginning, right? Why are you talking to me in the middle? Why you show up in the middle? Christ said, those of your own family are foes. And to me, I love it when I see people be like, family over everything, family over everything, because it's so crazy. They must be dumb, deaf, ignorant, blind, or just illiterate and dumb as can be. Why? Because family over everything spells foe. And that's the very thing that Christ said. The foes would be of your own household, family over everything. Big dummy. And you know why? Yeah, and there's a lot of people who are in the truth who will just come right here. Haven't even stepped foot on the path. You know why? I love my mommy. I love my daddy. I love my auntie and my uncle. And what about the kids? This ain't for everyone. This ain't for everyone. And if Christ said the foes of your life, the greatest foes of your life, the greatest adversaries of your life, Satan would use your family, where do you think they would come in? Would they come in at the beginning? Would they come at the end? Or would they come in the middle just to push you off? Right? They would come in the middle. or close to the ending. Now, when you get to this narrow, where you could jump on to Peter, right? To the kingdom, that's when Satan says, well, that this narrow portion here, brothers and sisters, is when the world is against us. We are almost, I repeat, we are almost at this point where we are ending the narrow path. And he will eventually, he will have the mark set up. He will have every single thing set up that needs to be. Okay. He will have the countries all league in hand that's still moving because a lot of them will be blown up. He will have them against us. And we must go through great tribulation to finish this last portion of the narrow path. I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you, brothers and sisters. Okay. Moving forward. Mark 7. Mark 7, verse 21 through 23. Now, it reads, for from within, out of the heart of men, proceed evil thoughts, adulteries, fornication, murders, thefts, covetousness, wickedness, deceit, lavishness, an evil eye, blasphemy, pride, foolishness. All these evil things come from within and defile the man. Now, understand this, right? I'm not saying you as the individual are evil, but when it says coming from inside, does that make you evil? Christ said, if your eye is of light, then your whole body is of light. Yes? But if your eye is of darkness, then your whole body is of darkness. Yes? Now, unless you have an evil eye, you are completely dark. Are we following? You following me? So, from within, out of the heart of men, proceed evil thoughts. You would have to understand what those thoughts are. Evil discussions, evil considerations, evil purposes, debating, disputing, doubt, doubtful, doubting, imaginations, reasoning, thought. These are part of evil thoughts. Yes, doubting is evil. Doubting has not an ounce of love in it, does it? Look what it says. To reckon thoroughly, that is, to deliberate by reflection or discussion. Oh, buddy. To deliberate by reflection. Look, to weigh in the mind, to consider or examine the reason for and against a measure, to estimate the weight or force of arguments. You ever had thoughts just pop up in your mind? What is called evil spirits? Does anyone know? They're called demons, right? Look, when it says evil, it says worthless, okay? Deprived, injurious, ill. Now, you may say, what does that have to do with us? Now, take it back to Ephesians 6. And I want you to keep in mind evil thoughts. Evil thoughts. Now you're supposed to put on the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to stand against the wiles, against the wiles, against the wiles, against the wiles, the trickery of Satan. An evil thought is a trickery, right? Doubting is trickery. Are you following me? Am I right or wrong, right? Evil thoughts is trickery. How do you fight the evil thoughts? The helmet of salvation. You there? All right, let me get this one scripture. See if I can break this down for y'all. Okay. Now, in First Peter, as you see, and I'm gonna start from verse 7, or excuse me, verse 6. It says, "Humble yourselves, therefore, under the mighty hand of God, that He may exalt you in due time." That means you're supposed to be humble. Yeah, you're walking on the path. Other people aren't. They over here partying and marrying and having a good time, falsely serving the Most High. Yeah, yeah, and you up there balance beaming. Focus. Don't worry about the naysayers. Don't worry about the doubters. Don't worry about those who think they're doing right. Guess what? They still doing wrong. Time will tell. Time, time, time is the answer to all problems. You know why? Because you'll be able to see which stands and which falls. Verse 7 reads, "Casting all your care upon him, for he careth for you." So we must be humble. It says, "Be sober, be vigilant, because your adversary, the devil, as a roaring lion, walketh about, seeking whom he may devour." Now, let's get it. Be sober means to be what? Now, in this sense, it means to abstain in wine, but it means to be discreet. It means to watch. Okay? So be watchful in a sense, be vigilant, keep awake, meaning don't be distracted. Don't be distracted. Look what it says. To waken, that is roused literally from sleep, from sitting or lying. Awake from lies. Get up and watch, because your adversary, the devil, as a roaring lion, walketh about. Now, look what it says. To tread all around, that is, walk at large, to live, to deport oneself, to follow. Now, okay, it says, "Be sober and watchful, because the devil is following you." Evil spirits are following you. How many people knew that? Seeing different spirits pop up in people at work, your family, if you still around them, you shouldn't be, but your family, neighbors, wherever you go, supermarket, Satan is following you. It says, seeking whom he may devour. Now look what it says, to seek. But seek, brothers and sisters, no, it means to plot. Satan is following you to understand how you operate, to plot against your life so you can fall off the narrow path. You still think this a game? No. Look what it says. An interrogative pronoun. Who, which, what, indirect questions. Every man, how much, no, nothing, what manner, what thing, where, whereby, wherefore. He wants them all. He wants all, any, anyone he can get. See, it says some or any, some or any, some or any. Hell hath enlarged herself. He does not care about your color. He doesn't care who your mommy or daddy is. He doesn't care what kind of job you have. He doesn't care about your bank account. He doesn't care where you live, if you're wealthy or if you live in a shack or a hut or a teepee, whatever. He does not care. So you need to understand. He's coming. He follows us. You ever seen? There's people who, you know, maybe you be in a rush, want to do something, and all they want to do is talk. Those are those people. Like, be gone. If I'm not talking to you, leave me alone. Because if I wanted to talk to you, I would have, right? And I know the Bible tells us a soft answer, okay, leads away from wrath. But in some cases, there's just so much you can do, right? Like, for example, if, and there are some people out there who, I have tried to introduce to the truth about, and, you know, if I reintroduce you to the truth, or I mean, like coming back in your life, it's because I asked the Most High and I prayed and fasted. If there are there any individuals who I could help assist that maybe He wanted me to that I didn't before. And so if I talk to you and you're from my past, please understand it's strictly the Bible. I'm not saying hi. I don't want to know how you're doing. Okay. I'm strictly teaching you something that the Most High wanted me to give you before it's too late. Right? It's not about life situations and no. It's a cry pretty much from the Most High saying, "Wake up," because it ain't got nothing to do with me. I you ain't gonna catch me looking back. I don't care who you are, how much money you got. I don't care what type of blood family member you are. I don't care. I don't care. Why? In my world, in this Bible, which is my world, it tells me that my family is the body of Christ. That's my family. No, it's not about who gave birth to me, though we still respect our father and mother. Not saying not to, but hey, and you can respect them from distance. Doesn't mean go and bow down to them and do all that they say over the Most High. Absolutely not. Like I was saying, doesn't matter who you are. Family is not blood. Let's make that very, very clear. Family is by spirit, because the book of John told us there are two spirits. The Dead Sea Scrolls tells us there are two spirits. The book of Remembrance tells us there are two spirits. Every text that's ancient, Enoch, all of them tells us that there are two spirits. So we are not family by blood. We are family by spirit. We are family by the spirit of truth and light in Christ. And if you think that being blood is family, well, you are under the spirit of error. Hey, I'm a tough minister. I better ask about it. I care less. Christ said, hey, oh, let me go bury my father. Let me go do this. Let the dead bury the dead. I couldn't tell you the last time I've been to a funeral for my family, and I could tell you when I'm going. I could tell you though, never, never. Whether I was a Nazarite or not, never. Why? Because the book of Luke tells us what? Christ said, "You care about your family more than me." You mean the same people that gave you a hard time, same people that didn't believe you, same people that saw you in one way and didn't help you at all, same people that helped you halfway and was teasing you about it? You mean to tell me you love them more than the one who took all these whips for you? Did you see what they beat me with? Did you see that they spared me? You mean to tell me you love your family more than the people who put their blood, sweat, and tears into writing these scriptures, into fulfilling these prophecies and prophesying for us so that we have an opportunity to get to the kingdom today? You mean you love your disgraceful, sinful family more than those in the Bible? It's crazy. One moment, please. Thank you, brothers and sisters, for your patience. I'm grateful for it. All right, I am back. So we were just off of First Peter 5 and 8, and now we are going to, I'm gonna bring it back really quick to Mark, just to get that really quickly. So we were talking about the heart of men, Mark 7 and 21, the heart of men proceeding evil thoughts. So, brothers and sisters, you understand that with conjunction to this scripture, having the helmet of salvation and understanding that the devil is looking to follow us. He is following us. Every evil spirit is following us just to see how they can cause us to slip off the path, the straight and narrow path of righteousness. And all, you must be able to what? You must be able to recognize that everything that comes from your heart is of the flesh. Jeremiah 17 and 9 through 10 reads, "The heart is deceitful above all things." That means your heart will tell you whatever you want to hear. Your mind will tell you whatever you want to hear. That's why we go back to the scriptures so that we get what? Understanding. With all thy wisdom, get understanding, right? Because being prideful is leaning unto your own understanding. But being humble is getting wisdom. And with that wisdom, you get understanding. And we understand wisdom is also a part of experience. So the heart is deceitful above all things. Why do you think the devil tells the world, the devil tells mostly women, go with your heart, go what you feel is best, right? Why is everyone always saying that? Why does no one say, well, let's see what the Most High wants, right? I had to say, go with your heart, go with your heart. And you see, what happens when people go with their heart? Bad things happen. Because the Most High told us in the book of Proverbs, lean not unto thy own understanding, right? If we have a creator, which we do, why would he create us to follow our own heart that he created, right? He would create us so we could follow him who created us, right? Just the ways of the world. But verse 10 reads, I, the Lord, search the heart. I try the reins, and even to give every man according to his ways and according to the fruit of his doing. So don't you dare, don't you dare say, the Most High doesn't love me, or why did this happen? Understand that he allows things to happen according to your motivations, according to your desire, according to what 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 excites you. If that's what you want, Most High will allow it because you chose what? Death. You chose death, so he's going to give you death, right? If you choose life, he's going to give you according to the fruit of your doings, which should be life, right? That's why Christ said, wherefore ye shall know them by their fruits. He didn't say know them by specifically just their words. He said know them by their actions. Actions speak louder than words. Though the words start from somewhere, they start from the mind, right? We saw all evil comes from within, right? That comes from that heart. It comes from that heart. Brothers and sisters, I'm not saying your heart is evil. I'm not saying my heart is evil. But what I am saying is that it is of a fleshly desire. Satan has intertwined so much into our minds that when we come into the truth, we're dealing with certain things, right? So what does that mean? You must be able to discern yourself. Why do you think Christ says in Matthew chapter 7, why beholdest the mote that is in thy brother's eye, but considerest not the beam that is in thine own eye? Now, look at this word consider. Observe. We know observe to be what? Discern. Discern. So it means, why have you not discerned? See, to discern, you must, you must, you must be able to discern yourself. Okay. Should I really be speaking? Should I really be trying to help someone? Do I really have myself together? This would solve a world full of problems. You know, a lot of people would still be here today. They wouldn't be dead. They wouldn't be in jail because of killing someone or being killed, right? Because people are always trying to get in other people's business, help other people, and they think, I don't know what it is. At least back then, the females thought it was cute to gossip and be around us. Like it, and that generates so much evil. Not only is it just one person, but you have a group of people just gossiping and talking about other people's problems. Yet all of those women had problems. No one's putting their head together to create solutions. They just looking to magnify someone's problems. And this is why Christ said, pull the beam out your own eye. Pull the beam out. Why look at that brother's eye and you won't pull out your own? Can't discern yourself. Brothers and sisters, you have to discern. Is there a crack in your helmet? Did you take your helmet off thinking that, you were in the clear, and then Satan came in and started, you know, throwing all kinds of fiery darts at you? Got to be able to discern. And I would say never take that helmet off. Never take any piece of spiritual armor off. All right. Matthew 12, 35 and 36 reads, a good man out of the good treasure of the heart bringeth forth good things. An evil man out of the evil treasure bringeth forth evil things. But I say unto you that every idle word that men shall speak, they shall give account thereof in the day of judgment. For by the words thou shalt be justified, and by the words thou shalt be condemned. That's deep, because many people have no idea. So think about this, right? Every word that you say. So for example, I'll use myself. If I'm teaching you this and I'm not living it, I am being held accountable to as much as people as hear this lesson. Because I'm teaching you something that I wouldn't be doing, right? But if I am, which I am, praise the Most High, applying this and doing this myself, then I will be judged and justified with what I'm doing. Because I'm not a hypocrite. I'm teaching you because either I've done it or I've come from the sin and changed myself, renewing through the scriptures and performing properly, just as the Bible said. Okay, so that's also another thing as to why I tell people don't go out there teaching and doing such and such, and don't go spreading this and that. Tell the people where you get the learning from. It tells us that in the book of Timothy. Respect those who you get the teaching from, follow them, ask questions, learn from them, but don't you become a teacher lest you be judged, because Christ has chosen teachers. And if the teachers are of Christ, they'll be leading you to Christ by Christ's words and by all the words of God. Right? And I hope that made sense, right? Romans 12, verse 9. Now, I'm going to keep this screen up, okay? I want you to really observe this narrow path in this scripture. Let love be without dissimulation. And I'm going to get this for everyone. Hiding under a false appearance. When you say you love someone, mean it. Because Satan loves with a false appearance. Or should I say, the false appearance of Satan is love. Because he can't love. He doesn't love anyone. He's selfish, right? He tells us, abhor that which is evil, cleave to that which is good. This is also a precept for the Old Testament. Be kindly affectioned one to another with brotherly love and honor, preferring one another. That means, oh, buddy, That means if you do something, you should do it for your brother before you do it for yourself. Do you understand what kind of state that's creating? And then take this into relationships. Uh, and this is going to be totally against what the world has taught. You know how they say happy wife, happy life, right? Happy spouse, happy house, right? We know it's happy most high, happy everything. Now, what if I told you that the Bible said prefer one another? That means women. It's not about you, it's about your husband. And men, it's not about you, it's about your wife. And together, as spouses, it's not about you going on date nights, it's about your children, right? Oh boy. Always preferring one over another. This is what it means. This is how you keep yourself perfectly aligned with the Most High. And I say this because there's other believers. When you meet them, if you haven't met them all in your perspective area when things go bad, obviously we'll all be meeting different people. This is how we should greet each other. We should prefer that you have the seat rather than myself. It should be so much that we fighting back and forth. No, you take the seat. No, you take the seat. No, you take the seat. No, you take the brother, I insist. But no, no, sister, I insist. No, sister, I insist. No, sister, no, you do this. You know what? We'll both just sit on the floor because we insist. Right? That's how much preferring it should be. Like if we both can't share it, neither of us will have it. Isn't that beautiful? Oh, you got some food, I got some food. Here, sister, you take this. No, sister, you take it. No, 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 I'm okay. Truly, I am. No, sister, you take this. How about we split it? Wow, that's the best thing I've heard all day, sister. Right? It says, not slothful in business, fervent in spirit, serving the Lord, rejoicing in hope, patient in tribulation, continuing instant in prayer, distributing to the necessities of saints, given to hospitality. And do you understand what this says? Distributing to the necessity of saints. Hmm. Always, always being able and ready to help those who do the work. And that doesn't mean just the ministers. That means other brothers and sisters too, right? If there's a widow, if there's someone who has children, everyone should pitch in to help those children, right? They always said the famous adage, right? It takes a village to raise a child, right? Everyone pitch in, right? Bless them which persecute you, bless and curse not. Rejoice with them that do rejoice, and weep with them that weep. Now, Bible told us to put away weak nature, but hey, everyone, we're all going to face some tears at a point. Have no fears. Unfortunately, we're all going to face some tears. We're talking about the greatest tribulation in the world, right? We're talking about things that some people wish that never came in their lifetime, and some people were like, oh, please just let me, have this or that and do this and that before. We're talking about the greatest tribulation ever to come before Christ, because he's coming in his second coming, which precedes Christ, and after the 1,000-year reign, the time of the beast. Yeah, it's gonna be tears. Be of the same mind one toward another. Mind not high things, but condescend to men of low estate. Be not wise in your own conceits. So be of the same mind. I can't tell you how, for me as a minister, I can't tell you how I cannot, I can't explain how much, excitement. And I know a lot of people say, woe unto you, think the day of the Lord. Do you understand that scripture was saying for those who are not following the Most High properly? Because we should be looking forward to Christ coming back. It even tells us in Second Ezra that we should be asking that it does happen. Okay. Now, with saying that, minding one toward another, I, I cannot wait until everything happens, till the bombs start and all this stuff. And I know it's sad. People will lose their lives. That's true. But when I see destruction, I don't think about people losing lives. I think about people dropping the false doctrines that they've had, the false ideologies, and saying enough is enough. People going to their false leaders and saying, you never taught me about this. I do away with you. You, you viper, you wolf and sheep clothing. That's what I think about. I don't think about, people dying. I think about, hey, all deceit coming to an end, where we globally can be, wherever you are, we can be all bonded and loved by the body, being in the body of Christ. That's what I think. It says, recompense to no man evil for evil, provide things honest in sight of all men. So that means if you give to someone else, maybe $10, give to the other person $10, right? Provide all things. If you give someone one plate, don't give another person half a plate, right? Give. If it be possible, as much as lieth in you, live peaceably with all men. Now, Paul said, if possible. We know, look at the world today. Is that really possible? No. That's why he said, if it be possible. This was a time sensitive scripture. Now, we can live peaceable with other people. They leave us alone, we leave us alone, but the time is coming that ultimate persecution will come. You cannot live peaceable with those who actually are willing to worship Satan. Okay. Dearly beloved, avenge not yourselves, but rather give place unto wrath. For it is written, vengeance is mine, I will repay, saith the Lord. So do not think to do things on your own. I know there's times where, you know, people bother us on the path and people annoy us. Just leave it alone, right? Remember what you're doing, why you're doing it, and who chose you to do it, right? Said, blessed are their eyes that can see and their ears that can hear. You heard Christ's voice. You heard the Most High say, go on the path. And now you are seeing what is on the path because you heard him tell you what to do. So don't worry about others. Don't worry about those who come and try and distract you. What I shared with y'all a few months later, a few months ago, if I'm busy, if you call me, I'm busy. If you talk to me, I'm busy. Don't bother me about your business. Don't bother me about your family. But hey, that's just simple. And I'm not talking about people having issues. I email and help people all the time and give them advice through scripture all the time. I'm referring to people in your past life, right? I'm referring to people even in your new life who just ain't going nowhere. Like, what? Don't drag me down. Cut them off. And remember, the pleasure and glory of the kingdom is greater than the pain we face now, right? That should always keep us afloat. Therefore, if thine enemy hunger, feed him. If he thirst, give him drink. For in so doing, thou shalt heap coals of fire on his head. Now, that means deal with certain people, okay, accordingly. Understand who they are. That don't mean, oh, you not keeping an eye out. That mean that you dealing with people because you understand that they can bring life or death into they can bring death unto your life. Okay, so deal with them accordingly. Be wise as a serpent and harmless as a dove. And then it says 21, be not overcome of evil, but overcome evil with good. So that means don't overcome of evil. Don't sit there and try and fight evil with evil. You know how the world says, fight fire with fire. Don't do that. And then it says what? To subdue. Don't sit there and let evil trample all over you. Overcome evil with good. Anything that's in your mind, Satan using those spiritual attacks, don't don't let evil overcome you. Overcome that evil with something positive. Positivity is key when walking this narrow path. I'm telling you, I'm telling you, I'm telling you. Okay. And that brings me to go back to my point, verse 12. Rejoice in hope, understanding this. Now, don't start going to jump on the narrow path just too soon, okay? But rejoice and be happy because you're few that's already in the middle of it, okay? We're in the middle of it. Be patient. Understand that walking that narrow path was a life process. I'm going to show you this later. It was a life process. So therefore, you can only go through this with patience because life was a tribulation in itself. We know this from what? Ecclesiasticus chapter 2, verse 1. My son, if thou come to serve the Lord, prepare thy soul for temptation, set thy heart aright, and constantly endure, and make not haste in the time of trouble. See? Have patience. Have patience. Be patient in tribulation and continue an instant in prayer. And that means what? Be earnest towards, but hold on. It says constantly diligent. Hold on. To attend to. Hold on. Wait on. So wait on the Most High and let prayer be your answer. Pray. Tell the Most High you're going to wait for his answer, for his sign that he's going to answer, and follow and execute. A lot of people will get signs and say, "Oh, Most High, Most High," and then they may not like the sign. Brothers and sisters, man up, woman up. No one said we was gonna like everything, but understand this at the same point. The reason why we don't like everything, because you really should love everything about what the Most High says, right? If he tells you no, that's it. But the reason why we have a tendency to battle with the flesh, because the flesh is against the spirit, the reason why we don't like everything sometimes is because we've been so indoctrinated by the ways of Satan, right? We've all at one point been engulfed in the cares of this world to the point where we battle certain things within ourselves to this day. So it's not, once again, that's a mind trick. That's doubt. That's an evil spirit. Because what? You and I were not created to doubt our Creator. We were created to love Him. Therefore, you do love what the Most High says. If you are on this narrow path, you love everything. Don't let Satan tell you other words. Okay? but it's just we have to renew our mind back to the state of which it was when it was in purity. Okay? So don't be sad when we have to go through things. Count it all joy. Romans chapter 5. This one connects right to it. It says, therefore, being justified by faith. Now understand this. Faith is what works. That's James chapter 2. So you can only be justified by faith and works. We have peace with God through our Lord Yeshua Christ, by whom also we have access by faith into this grace wherein we stand and rejoice in hope of the glory of God. And not only so, but we glory in tribulation, also knowing that tribulation worketh patience, and patience experience, and experience hope, and hope maketh not ashamed, because the love of God is shed abroad in our hearts by the Holy Ghost, which is given unto us. Now, take a look at this beam here, okay? From one rock to another. In order to walk this narrow path, there was something my grandfather used to teach me. He used to say this in life. Now, he was a little into the Bible, a little not, but, but he did keep me and make sure I was reading the Bible. So there's one thing that he said to me. It always stuck with me. He said, patience is the key to success, and the key to success is patience. And you have to understand, I'm sharing this because, brothers and sisters, this narrow path is full of obstacles. Must, you must have patience. Think about this. Anybody ever seen the movie Mummy, right? When they're going into the movies and they got the booby traps, or Indiana Jones, right? Isn't a booby trap an obstacle, right? It is, because it's hindering you from getting to where you want to go. So don't always think that Satan is going to show you the obstacle. Sometimes it may look like a walkway, and then remember they used to step foot, and then boom, the ground collapse. Remember, he creates an image. Okay, he creates something that looks nice, but it's not. You must have patience in this. Understand this, right? Once you get onto this, it's not once you step on and take a look at this, right? Once you come from the rock onto the path, it's not about patience. It's about overcoming a fear. That's the first stage. Okay. It's about overcoming fear. Oh, can I do it? Can I not do it? Now, once you leave from this little area of path and you start going to the middle, now it's about patience, because the very beginning was held up by the rock, yes? And the very ending is held up by the rock. Now it's about patience in the gap. It's about breathing in properly, breathing breathing out properly, maintaining focus, keeping your mind right and pure. And so with that patience, brothers and sisters, now I can revert back to my previous steps, which are years, and say, wow, I've had patience with these specific experiences. Therefore, if the Most High allowed me to get through these experiences, then I know I have hope in Him, because with patience led to my hope. Do you understand? Patience leads to hope, and your hope is to get to the end of the path properly. That's why I love that saying that my grandfather said. I've taught it everywhere I go, said it sticks right with the Bible. Patience is the key to success, and the and success, the key to success is patience. Okay? Patience lies on everything. We saw it even in the book of Luke 21 and 19. In your patience possesses ye your souls. Yeah, go ahead and lose patience off the path and watch you fall, right? We don't want to fall. So we must remain patient. That even means waiting patiently for Christ. Yeah, he's coming. I think there's two types of people in this journey, in this walk. Either some people are hoping he doesn't come, and some people are hoping he does. That's just what it is. And I'd be more fearful of two types of people. One, the person who doesn't want him to come just yet because they haven't done enough. They're fearful. I'd be fearful of being those people. And I'd be also fearful of those who are overly confident and saying, oh, I just can't wait. There's some people who, boy, there are some people like that. There, or should I say, there's a lot of people like that. I mean, all this rapture stuff and UFOs and all. I'm just like, I've had enough of the lies. A lot of, and those are the most people who sit there and think that what, you know, Christ is coming to get them, and they're going to be actually the sons of perdition. You know why? Because pride kills. When people find out that they're wrong and they have not even, the Most High didn't call them to be teachers, ministers, pastors, and so forth and so forth, they're not going to put down their pride and say I was wrong. They're going to turn against the Most High. That's what they're going to do. The Bible tells us it would be a falling away, right? Why would there be a falling away? Because how they wanted it to happen, it didn't happen. And because everyone wants to be something, everyone wants to be something, right? And that shows you a doctrine of devils. They all want to be something. They all want to be act like they had some type of knowledge that was going to make them better than the next person, just to be wrong. Also says that in the book of remembrance. All the people, they come out, and all the teachers, they want to teach and act like they got some extra knowledge. And go on. Most High said, we're going to get rid of them people, he said. Forget that. Because the Bible is free, right? The Bible is free. I didn't need extra text to sit there and tell me the Bible was free. I mean, now look at it. I ain't never seen it before until I did it. But I've never seen where people use the e-sword in their ministries on their screen to share with the people. It's just always been their voices and their mouths. Now people are sharing, oh, they got the e-sword and they, well, obviously you started that late in your ministry for what? To make yourself look good, right? I did that because I want you to make sure that when you listen to my lessons that come from the Most High, that you understand that these are not my words, but they're Christ's words. Therefore, you follow these words that I'm sharing with you, that I'm preaching. You're not following me. You're following the one who's given me the ability to share this with you, who is Christ. But understand. Oh boy. Next, Matthew 16. Matthew 16:24 through 28. And I read, then Yeshua unto his then said Yeshua unto his disciples, if any man will come after me, let him deny himself and take up his cross and follow me. Now, I've mentioned this before. Come means follow. If you really about it, come, go, appear, okay, come, enter. It means to follow, okay? It means follow. Come unto me, let him deny himself and take up his cross and follow me. Now, understand this, your cross are your desires. It's always been desires, okay? That is self-denial. What are we denying? Our flesh. What is in our flesh? Lust of the world, lust of the eyes, cares of this world, right? We are crucifying all all evil desires. For whosoever will save his life shall lose it, and whosoever will lose his life for my sake shall find it. Now, this is crazy because a lot of people are doing anything to save their lives. And you know what's crazy, right? I feel so bad for the migrants and all the immigrants that's coming into the Babylon to the U.S. because they so much fixated about, oh, America is so great, and yet it's about to be nuked. But you see what the Most High said? You see what Christ said? You want to go to another country and save your life, and you're about to lose it, right? And what do they come to Babylon for? What do they go to Babylon for? They come to Babylon and say, oh, we just want the American dream, right? And what did Christ say right after? For what is a man profited if he shall gain the whole world? If you gain the American dream and lose your soul, or what shall a man give in exchange for your soul? What do you have to give? I mean, you came to Babylon, right? They went to Babylon, right? With nothing, and then you're going to die with nothing. What did it? Sometimes I wish I was over there just to sit there and talk to the migrants and be like, what are y'all thinking? What, just go back home. Like, you better off surviving with bare minimum than dying for sins that you had nothing to do with. Oh my goodness. For the Son of Man shall come in the glory of his Father with his angels, and then he shall reward every man according to his work. So everyone gonna get what they desire. Don't worry. Verily I say unto you, there be some standing here which shall not taste of death till they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. Ooh, now this go both ways. Second Ezra told you. But hey, this go both ways. It says some people will not taste of death till till they see Christ. You know how many people gonna die of heart attack and a stroke, right? Seeing Christ, a dark man with thousands upon thousands of angels with red eyes and anger. How many people go, how a stroke? Wait, they're gonna be, oh, it's not Krishna, it's not Muhammad, it's Christ. They're gonna die because they were sitting there believing in stupid idols, a stupid rock. They was thinking oh, it's not Mary. right? It's not Buddha. There will be, y'all seen the videos online. Oh, I'll burn in hell if Christ is black. What? Boy, these people are wild. Some people not gonna die until they see Christ come because it's just gonna be that powerful. And it says, I thought he didn't exist. The Satanists. Oh no. Best believe Christ gonna keep them alive. Christ gonna keep them alive. Because they'd have made a satanic Bible. And if you ever saw what was my lesson back then? Dining with the devil, I think. I showed you pieces that they copied the Beatitudes, the holy Beatitudes. Blessed are the meek, blessed are the poor in spirit, blessed are those who after thirst and hunger after righteousness. Blessed are those who persecuted my name's sake, so forth and so forth. They done took that and changed it. Blessed are those who are evil and so forth and so. Oh yeah, he gonna keep them alive. Huh, huh. Yeah, they got to get that judgment going, boy. He gonna keep your Beyonce's alive for making a Bible. I think they call it the Bible of Bay, right, or something like that. The religion of Bay. Um, do you understand, for you simple-minded people who believe in that stuff, that Bay is a root word to Baal? Beyonce claims herself as the female Baal. Religion of Bay, Bible of Bay, Baal, Beelzebub, same difference, all the same. Uh, Yeah, they going crisis real. Yeah, and you know what's crazy, right? Because Most High said they was gonna hide in rocks. He was gonna let them hide in their bunker. He's gonna pull them right out, right? You know what's so crazy? These people in Hollywood, they do all these rituals and satanic things, conjuring up spirits to get, these spirits going, right? Why wouldn't they think, hey, if I'm contacting something evil, wouldn't there be something good, right? Wouldn't there be someone good out there as well? If there's bad things that's contacting me, isn't there good things too that can, right? That can intervene? No, these are pure demons. It says there shall be some standing that will not taste death until Christ come. Because if you don't, hmm, that that goes two ways, okay? Because the 1,000 year reign, some people their earthly bodies will be changed into more so of a spiritual. But like I said, I'm gonna hit that lesson another time. Moving forward, they don't understand, man. This is crazy. This is real stuff. Mark 8:34 through 38. And when he had called the people unto him with his disciples also, he said unto them, whosoever will come after me, let him deny himself and take up his cross and follow me. How many of y'all denied yourself? How many of you denied that dream job, that dream house, that dream car? And let's not even go on the that that ideal or dream man or dream woman, because Satan can give you thoughts too, right? Oh, but he got to be this way, and he got to be this way, and he got to. What happened to him just being godly? What happened to her just being godly? why she has to have this and that and this and that, right? Did you deny yourself? Oh, I want to make X amount of money. I gotta go get the bag. I gotta go do this. Did you? What did I have to do? What? Uh, I'm about to get him. I'm about to, Mosiah, I'm about to get him. Okay, let me put my coffee down. All those in the truth, selling, selling outwardly things, clothes, uh, candles, lotions, perfumes, t-shirts, hoodies. Did Christ say to do that? In fact, he flipped over the money tables when they was doing things in the name of the Most High. Because that was never the Most High's will to make merchandise off of people. So anyone who sells things and creates things in the name of the Most High, did you really deny yourself? No. No. For whosoever will save his life shall lose it, but whosoever shall lose his life for my sake and the gospel and the gospel and the gospel. Notice that it didn't say the law or the Old Testament, it said the gospel. Yes, the law is within the gospel, but the gospel trumps the law because it's all of the law, because Christ said the law can be wrapped up in one thing, what the devil wants to get rid of. What is it? Love. You see that? Because there was no love in stoning people, was it? No, it wasn't. Okay. And the same shall save it. So if you fully intertwined into Christ, this narrow path, you won't look at this as fair. You'll look at this as being saved. For what shall it profit a man if he shall gain the whole world? You got a nice car. Great. You got a nice house, great. You got a good job, great. You got savings, great. You got a savings plan, 401k, retirement plan, great. But in the process, you couldn't name 10 scriptures offhand. In the process, you couldn't name 5 people that you helped that were not blood related to you, right? You couldn't you couldn't name 5 times in the Bible, or excuse me, 5 times that you prayed where you didn't ask for from the Most High something and just prayed just to thank Him. But you gained the whole world. What's the point? Or what shall a man give in exchange for his soul? Whosoever therefore shall be ashamed of me and my words in this adulterous and sinful generation, of him also shall the Son of Man be ashamed when he cometh in the glory of his Father with the holy angels. Now understand, Christ was not talking for that time. Christ was talking for now because he's coming in this generation. Which means what? Do we not live in an adulterous generation? We do. Do we not live in a sinful generation? We do. Which means what? People would be ashamed of Christ. Hey, I'm gonna tell you this. You want to know how someone's ashamed of Christ? Go and read Luke 9. Go and read Luke 9, and you read 57 to 62. If they, well, I think that means something different, or I think we should just study that a little bit. Understand this: they're going to hell. Okay, this is simple. They don't love Christ. They don't love the Most High. They don't love the Holy Spirit. They're going to hell. He said, hey, hey, 59. He said unto another, follow me. But he said, Lord, suffer me first to go and bury my father. Father, Yeshua said unto him, let the dead bury the dead, but go thou and preach the kingdom of God. Christ was pretty much saying, hey, they're going to die anyway. They don't listen to me. So leave them be. I told you not to be unequally yoked, right? I told you, right? And look what it says, dead in the respects of fruitfulness. They ain't got no fruits. Be gone from me. Okay? Get behind me, Satan. If you ain't got no fruitful works, uh, what is it? I'm calling pest control. I'm getting the Most High. Say, spray that Roundup, Most High. Round them up and get them away from me. I don't want nothing to do with them. I don't care. I do not care. Okay, you want to know? I'm just being real. You really want to know who is not ashamed of Christ? Like I said, feel ashamed, embarrassed, right? Let's see if I can get even more. Affected by shame, abashed, confused by guilt or conviction of some criminal action, confused by conscience of guilt and inferiority, mortification of pride, failure by failure or disappointment. You want to know who's ashamed? You want to know who hates Christ? Read them this scripture. You know, anyone, and I know this will ruffle some feathers, that's fine. But if you couldn't give up your family, I don't even know why people listen to me, because that's one thing as a minister that I heavily live. I don't care if we grew up together. I don't care if you know me for 75% of my life and then I was gone. I don't care. I'm not living in this world to please you. My job, you are not my creator. You are not going to get me into heaven. The Most High is not going to look and say, well, you know what? You did really great with your family. Congratulations. Welcome to the kingdom. He'll look at you like, are you stupid? Uh, this is a part of Christ's gospel. These are Christ's words. I don't care what no Bible believer says, Israelite, Christian, whomever. Can't give up your family. Flee from me. It's as simple as that. Flee from me. You still talk? Flee from me. Bye. Leave me alone. Bye. I don't want nothing to do with that. Because Christ said they are your foes. It's so simple. In fact, that was the last problem with the last people who came, right? They were, oh, but I love my family. So you don't love Christ. I said it right to their face. So you don't love Christ? Well, that's not what I'm saying, but no, that's what you're saying. But I got to bring my family, my cousin. Can you try and talk to this person, that one? I'm not talking to no one. You know why? Because Christ made it clear. The Bible made it clear he would choose certain people from a family. I'm not talking to your family. I don't want to talk to your family. If I'm talking to you, if I'm ministering to you, Congratulations. The Most High chose you out of your family. This ain't for everyone. Stop trying to be the Most High and force people into the truth. Excuse me. So sorry, Most High. Stop trying to force people into the Most High, to the Most High. Why do I say that? Because the Most High doesn't force you. You have to make a choice. How you look like bombs getting ready to drop and you beating the same dead horse. Go on now. Bye. Be gone, Satan. Get behind me, Satan. Because when you walking on this narrow path, Satan is behind you. Satan's underneath. I'm not looking at him. Satan don't want me to get where he decided to leave from. He made that choice. I'm making the choice to go where he left. I want nothing to do with them. Hey, this message for somebody or for many. This message for somebody or for many. I was so excited to hear that brother say, "Hey, you know what? I've been going through this with my family," and I was like, "My goodness, what a breath of fresh air! Someone who says they can give up their family for Christ. I love you. You know who I'm talking about." I was like, "Oh my goodness, man." Sorry to hear that, but oh my goodness, praise the Most High. What a breath of fresh air. Someone who cares about Christ more than their family. Because good grief, being in this truth, everyone, well, I gotta touch my family and, I gotta sleep and, I gotta get it. That's where they lose me at. Family. Family. That's where they lose me at. Family is those who give up the same thing we give up together. Didn't it say we like-minded one with another? Are you giving it up? You should know that I gave it up. If I gave it up, I should know that you gave it up. And that's why then we come together and be a family. Don't be soaking your hair. Well, miss my mommy and my uncles and my daddy, and I couldn't do it without them. Weak. I said it. Weak nature. Get behind me, Satan. Good grief. John, this walk, you can't be sitting there, this narrow path, you can't be sitting there looking back at, oh, I miss my, leave me alone. Bye, Satan. Right? That's what you need to tell people, brothers and sisters. Bye, Satan. I'm gonna spray the Most High's Roundup. Round them up, Most High. Get them away. Get them away. Get these weeds out my way so I can walk along the way. Round them up. Round them up. Get these weeds out my way so I can walk in your way. Round them up. Round them up. Round them tears up and get them away from me. I don't want them. John 15:18-27. If the world hate you, you know that it hated me before it hated you. If you were of the world will love his own. But because ye are not of the world, but I have chosen you out of the world, therefore the world hateth you. Guess what? That's a badge of honor. Wear it proudly. Because ain't not one prophet, not one prophetess, not one man or woman of the Most High in the Bible was ever loved or liked by many people. There's not one. Which means you're in good company. What you crying for? There's no one like you. Great. I didn't ask you to like me. The Creator loves me. Love is greater than likes. Remember the word that I said unto you, the servant is not greater than his Lord. If they have persecuted me, they will persecute you. If they have kept me saying, they will keep, if they have kept my saying, they will keep yours also. My goodness, when I went over to Ethiopia and Africa, people, I had said, you know what, I'm finished with this church. There was a church that I was with, and I was like, y'all not with the word of the Most High. And clearly, the Most High says He chooses. Here's a body of Christ, and this is not proper. Plus, the things that you guys are doing is improper. I don't want to get judged with you for doing improper things because I love the Most High. I am fearful of Him. Okay. I've had near death experiences. I know the Most High's hand when I see it. Okay. Trust and believe. Most High. So when I went over to Africa with my wife, they were like, "Who do you think you are?" And you go into a place where the Most High said to be, and and I'm like, "You can do the same too. It's a choice, right?" It was a choice. I went over there with my wife. We knew no one. I went over there on a tourist visa. We knew no one. Went over there and only had two pairs of clothes for a month. We knew no one. Went over there with no plan and then ended up meeting tons of people from different nationalities, people opening up homes and taking our passports and flying us to different countries to meet people we've never met, to even stay in their homes, right? What do you think you could do the same thing? Well, that opportunity is over now, but they could have. But instead of saying, man, Most High must be trying to do something different with you. You see this false pastors indoctrinate people. And so this also is another thing, right, brothers and sisters? When you read James chapter 2, and beware of these people, right? And understand who you are. So it says in verse 18, yea, a man say, thou hast faith, and I have works. Show me thy faith without thy works, and I will show you my faith by my works. You know how many people still on this rock saying, I got faith? Just sitting there when Christ said, walk the narrow path, right? These are those people. They're hearers, not doers. But the people walking on the path, brothers and sisters, they said, hold on, excuse me. This conversation is dead. It means nothing. Because while you sitting there talking about works, let me show you. While you sitting there talking about you got faith and your faith is your works and that's all you need to do, well, let me go and show the Most High that I am going to follow his son through life and death. Right? You talk about it, I walk it. That's the narrow path, brothers and sisters. You talk about it, let them talk. You be the walker. You be the doer. Let them hear. Let them bicker. Let them complain. Let them say, who do they think he is? Who do they think she is? Let them talk. And the same mouth that you're using to talk about me and others while we walk on the journey, while we walk on the straight and narrow, that same mouth that you utter those words is the same mouth that you're going to be used gnashing your mouth and teeth because you'll be in hell and we'll be in the kingdom. Hey, round them up. Round them up, Most High. Round them up. Round them up. Get them away. And understand this. This is dangerous, right? But this is real. If you enjoy the people's company who are supposed to be rounded up, remember the Most High said He'll give you of your heart. He'll give you the works of your heart, meaning whatever's in your heart, He's gonna give you. He's gonna keep you around those people until you can man up or woman up. Now, this does exclude the wheat and the tares. This excludes them. Verse 21 reads, but all these things will they do unto you for my name's sake, because they have not known him that sent me. If I had not come and spoken unto them, they had not had sin, but now they have no cloak for their sin. So what is Christ coming back as? The ultimate light. The ultimate light. Not even a blanket could hide from Christ. Not even what's under a blanket could hide. He came as a light. That means all who walk the narrow path, we are the light. All the leaders are the light. All the members of the body of Christ, you have a light. Shine it. Stop hiding. Stop being scared. Shine. He that hath me, he that hateth me, hateth my Father also. If I had not done among them the works which none other man did, they had not had sin. But now they had now, but now, excuse me, have they both seen and hated both me and my Father. So what did Christ say? If you was going to do works that no one else did, it wouldn't expose them. People ask me, why don't you show your face? But why do you just show the Bible? And now look at all the ministries. Look at all the congregants, Christian and Israelite communities. Now all of them want to put up the e-sword. Because if we hadn't done it before them, they wouldn't have had no sin. How you going to preach to people without showing them the scriptures? Right? How you going to preach to people without breaking down the words bit by bit, right? Christ said if you hadn't done it, they wouldn't have had not sin. That means you wouldn't have been able to expose their evils just by our good works. Did you understand that? We don't even have to debate. People sit there and argue and argue and argue with me, whatever. You talking, but my works is proven, right? But this cometh to pass that the word might be fulfilled that is written in their law. They hated me without a cause. They're going to hate us, brothers and sisters, for walking this narrow path. They're going to say, who do you think you are? Because the Bible says only few can make it, right? Who do you think you are? Oh, you think you're on the narrow? You're not better than me. You're not better than me. They're going to hate you with a cause, without a cause. But when the Comforter is come, whom I will send unto you from the Father, even the Spirit of truth, which proceedeth from the Father, he shall testify of me. And ye also shall bear witness, because ye have been with me from the beginning. And oh, buddy. Now, understand when Christ said, we will bear witness. Now, the book of Daniel says that we would judge people in that 1,000-year reign, the righteous. Even the New Testament tells us. Even Revelation tells us. You would make some priests and some kings. Imagine if everyone you came across, the Most High would let you judge? Hmm. Imagine if you were a man of the Most High and every single person that you had an interaction with via text, via online, via social media, via YouTube, via email, via phone, work, supermarket, driving, walking, then the Most High would allow you to testify against someone's evils. Uh-oh. It's getting real, ain't it? It's getting deep, ain't it? Well, it's always nice to be nice to people because you never know who you're dealing with, right? That very thought that you said, oh, well, I don't like him, or, he ain't really, got many followers, and, and just to see that person in light and then be like, round them up, round them up. Verse 16, chapter 16, verse 33 reads, and I sort of cut this one. These things have I spoken unto you, that in me ye might have peace. In the world ye shall have tribulation, but be of good cheer. I have overcome the world. Now, I cut this one up. I know that it was referring to something else, but however, however, this still applies. This particular scripture still applies. Brothers and sisters, understand that this narrow path is a path of tribulation. Don't stress yourself out. Don't bring more stress upon you. There's already tribulation. It's already hard enough to walk. We were supposed to be of good cheer. Be excited that you are at least walking on it. Some people know nothing of it. Some people will never know nothing of it. You don't think it's going to count for at least trying? Watch. I'm not finished. Hold on now. I'm getting to the juice. I saved the juice for the last. And that is backed up by Acts 14 and 22. And all these are going to build up into these last few scriptures, confirming the souls of the disciples and exhorting them to continue in the faith that we must, through much tribulation, enter into the kingdom of God. Brothers and sisters, there's a lot of people who want to run from this. The tribulation is going to prove you. It's going to make you better. You chose life. Now the Most High is going to make you better. He's going to make you transform into the best you. But you couldn't become the best you staying idle. You couldn't become the best you just staying in the past. Okay? Because what? Hebrews 6 and 1 tells us what? Remember, I said this rock is Christ, right? Therefore, leaving the principles of the doctrine of Christ. So we have to have our foundation on Christ and then move forward to the kingdom. We can't just stay in one area. I'm not saying we leave Christ, but it's saying leaving the principles, the normal things of Christ. Then you got to get into the meat. It's time to get off of milk. This is milk over here. Okay? In order to get into the kingdom, you got to be chomping on that meat. You got to tear into that steak. That big, thick tomahawk steak. You got to get into it. And no, we ain't doing no medium rares either. We're doing all well done. But that take patience too. All right. Excuse me. In Romans 9. And like I said, these last few scriptures are doing a build up, okay, all the way to Second Ezra chapter 7 and the Testament of Abraham, right? Romans, excuse me, I went Hebrews, apologies. Romans 9:30 through 33 reads, what shall we say then? That the Gentiles, which follow not after righteousness, have attained to righteousness, even the righteousness which is of faith. But Israel, which followed after the law of righteousness, hath not attained to the law of righteousness. Wherefore, because they sought it not by faith, but as it were by the works of the law, for they stumble at that stumbling stone. As it is written, behold, I lay in Zion a stumbling block and a rock of offense, and whosoever believeth on him shall not be ashamed. Now, who did the word talk about being ashamed of? Christ. The children of Israel, my folks, unfortunately, they stumble at the law. Oh, we got to wear fringes and yada, 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 yada. But Christ is their stumbling block. They are ashamed of Christ. I said it. They are ashamed of our Savior. Now, the Bible predicted everything, it prophesied everything properly. It said the Gentiles would what? Seek after righteousness through faith, and the Israelites would seek after the law of righteousness, meaning the works of the law. Both are in error because Christ is a combination of them both, faith with works, right? You must do both. That means, guess what? You know how the Most High made it? He made it that the children of Israel need the Gentiles and that the Gentiles need the children of Israel. He made it just that way so that we get into the kingdom and no one is greater than the next man or woman. That's how he did it on purpose. You seen what happened in the Old Testament? It's just a lot of evil, a lot of unrighteousness, a lot of killing. But who's that stumbling block? Stumbling block is who? Now, and I know that a lot of Gentiles can be wrong. That is true. A lot of Israel is wrong too. Our common denominator, our only denominator that brings us together is Christ. But Christ is bound on one law, which is love. And everything in the law says, I love the Most High. So we do everything, but then there has to be actions to what? Do righteousness. Okay. Children of Israel do the law, live crazy 6, 7 days a week, 6 days a week. The Gentiles don't even observe the law and do good works, of righteousness, maybe feeding the homeless and stuff like that, right? But now, brothers and sisters, as Christ comes back, we have to, both Israel and Gentiles are in massive error. Both. It is our job as ministers to bring both people together into the body of Christ righteously. Okay. And the only way they could do that is understanding that we meet at Christ, acknowledge your sins, choose life or death, and get ready to roll for Christ in the Most High and the Holy Spirit. That's the only way. Romans 11, 1 through 10 reads, I say then, has God cast away his people? No, God forbid. For also I am an Israelite, the seed of Abraham, of the tribe of Benjamin. So a lot of Gentiles say, oh, children of Israel are spiritual. No, you can't say this. I'm not going to sit there and focus on this. It's clear as day. The Most High has not cast away his people. So you can't say that the children of Israel or the elect, Revelation 14:4 or Revelation 7, that those are spiritual people. No, those are actual people scattered across the world. Okay. God hath not cast away his people which he foreknew. Well, ye not what the scripture saith of Elias, how he maketh intercession to God against Israel, saying, Lord, they have killed the prophets and digged down thine altars, and I am left alone, and they seek my life. And we know the martyrdom of Isaiah says they sawed him in half. Okay, dig down thy altars. What was done? It says they destroyed them, they buried them. Okay, destroyed them, buried them, made them hidden. That's what the children of Israel has done. Isaiah was saying, Most High, get rid of this. Please, please, please get rid of these people. But what saith the answer of God unto him? I have researched to myself 7,000 men who have not bowed the knee to the image, to the image, to the image, to the image, to the image of Baal. Remember, and this is going to be serious for what? Book of Revelation, because Book of Revelation says not to worship the image, right, of the beast. Even so, then, at this present time, also there's a remnant according to the election of grace. So the children of Israel are chosen in an election of grace. What is that grace? And if by grace, then it is no more of works. Otherwise, grace is no more grace. But if it be of works, then is it no more grace. Otherwise, work is no more work. What then? So I want you to understand, okay? You need both. You understand? Paul was saying, okay, so if it's just of grace, then no works, right? And if it's just of works, then there's no grace, right? So he's saying you need both, right? You need both. Simple. And what then? What then? Israel hath not obtained that which he seeketh for, but the election hath obtained it, and the rest were blinded. According as it is written, God hath given them the spirit of slumber. That's Isaiah 29. Eyes that they should not see, and ears that they should not hear unto this day. And David saith, let their table be made a snare and a trap and a stumbling block and a recompense unto them. Let their eyes be darkened, that they may not see, and bow down their back always. And what this means is that people who gave so much hell to the men of the Most High, they're just staying in darkness and error. The children of Israel preferred to kill the righteous than punish those who were offenders. All right, we saw that with Christ and the prisoner, correct? And you want to hear something funny, right? You notice when we were all like following or thinking that like the people in Israel today, the Revelations 2 and 9 people were the children of Israel, we always said they killed Christ, right? Everyone said, oh, they killed Christ, right? But then when you come into the truth and find out who the true children of Israel are, no one says anything about how they killed Christ. You notice how they flip the blame and say it's the Romans? Now I'm holding accountability to my own people as well, not just Gentiles, but also Israel, because it's fair. Most High said, have fair judgment. No, the same thing must apply. Children of Israel have killed every single one of the prophets, just about. Even Christ says it. So, understanding this, and I'm getting more into this 9, 6, and 9 because I don't want to have anyone misunderstanding. Not as though the word of, and this is Romans 9, 6 through 9, not as though the word of God hath taken none effect, for they are not all Israel, which are of Israel. Okay. So it says, it's not as the word of God hath taken none effect. So don't go and say, oh, because this person is that and they're not the children of Israel. You can't say that. Neither because they are the seed of Abraham are they all children. Are they all children? But in Isaac shall thy seed be called. That is, they which are the children of the flesh, these are not the children of God, but the children of the promise are counted for the seed. For this is the word of promise. At this time will I come, and Sarah shall have a son. Okay. So please, 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 please understand. All Israel is not Israel, but just because you claim to be a seed of Abraham, that doesn't even make you a child of Abraham as well. Promise comes through Isaac. Okay. Isaac was the son of Abraham. Yes. So which means all are Edom, all are Esau, all are Ishmael, and so forth and so forth, correct? It's all by righteousness. So we can stop saying by seed and this and that. Yes, seed does matter to some extent, but I can't say, oh, because this person has that skin color, they're the children of Israel. No, your works claim that you are a child of Israel, right? If you are a Gentile, a Midianite, an Aram, a Cushite, whatever the case is, I can call you a brother or sister by your what? Your actions in Christ, right? I don't have to call you a Gentile anymore. I can call you a brother or sister in Christ because now we are brothers and sisters in Christ, right? Through our actions of righteousness. Once again, this is what's going to draw everyone to the proper path. Unity and understanding. In all thy wisdom, get understanding. In all thy wisdom, get understanding. In all thy wisdom, get understanding, right? John 13, 12, verse 20. Reads, so after he washed their feet and had taken his garments and was set down again, he said unto them, know ye what I have done to you? Ye call me master and Lord, and ye say, well, for so am I. If I then, your Lord and Master, have washed your feet, ye also ought to wash one another's feet. Now, this was referring to the Passover. However, all ministers are supposed to do this. Everyone who's in my personal ministry with me in person, they know that we do this every Passover amongst the Feast of Unleavened Bread as well. Okay. For I have given you an example that ye should do as I have done to you. Verily, verily, I say unto you, the servant is not greater than his Lord, neither he that is sent greater than he that sent him. For ye know these things, if ye know these things, happy are ye if ye do them. Amen. I speak not of you all. I know whom I have chosen, but that the scripture may be fulfilled, he that eateth bread with me hath lifted up his heel against me. Now I tell you before it come, that when it is come to pass, ye may believe that I am he. Verily, verily, I say unto you, he that receiveth whomsoever I send, receiveth me. And he that receiveth me, receiveth him that sent me. Now, we're talking about the narrow path. Okay. Understand the narrow path is walking as Christ. That's also washing one another's feet. Men, if you're a teacher, leader, that was the custom of righteousness. It's also a form of washing someone's sins away or making them whole. Read the whole chapter, read what Christ considered this action as. It was very, very powerful. Okay. There's a reason why also the Muslims took it, and before they go and pray, and then after they wash their feet. There's a reason they do that. They took it from Christ because it is a very special and honorable doing. Okay. So we are commanded to have done the things that Christ did. Did Christ walk the narrow path? Think about it, right? Did he carry his own cross? Think about it, right? He did everything that he's asking us. So we should too, right? Now, point, verse 18. I speak not of you all. I know whom I have chosen. So Christ said he knows who he has chosen. That means, brothers and sisters, if you're enduring and you're walking on the narrow path, guess what? Keep doing righteous, keep doing better, keep producing fruits, keep using your talents to bring glory to the Most High. And we may just be chosen. Amen. But now watch this. He that eateth bread with me hath lifted up his heel. Now, when you go and lift up a heel, you're going to kill something. You're going to hurt it, right? We know this is Judas. Brothers and sisters, can I explain to you that Judas also walked a path, but he walked the path that Satan forged. And so in his eyes, he thought what he was doing was wise. You understand? And then that path crossed paths with the narrow path of Christ, whom was also leading the other disciples. And he ended up what? Committing a sin that led to smiting the shepherd and scattering the sheep. But that's in the righteous form. In the book of Jeremiah, in the Old Testament, when it says smite the shepherd, and in the prophets, smite the shepherd, scatter the sheep, that term is referred to for unrighteous shepherds. But Christ was perfect, he was holy. So in this case, Judas was used by Satan to come back into the crosshairs of Christ and the disciples. What did I teach you all? I think a year ago, that Judas was wanting to purchase land, right? Christ was like, hey, I already told you, I don't know where I'm going to stay, but to purchase land is not my business. That's not the Most High's business. We move around. If you're moving around, how can you maintain your home, right? You got to be purely focused on this work, Judas. And Judas wasn't having it. He wanted a land. He wanted acres, right? He wanted a farm. And the Bible tells us what? He died on that farm, guts and all out. Hey, understand, brothers and sisters, on this narrow path, there will be a Judas. I am a firm believer on that. There's always a Judas. It says Satan follow you. He needs someone, right? He needs Judas. Just studying, just studying, just studying. Nosy, jealous, prideful. Yeah, barely, barely doing the works of barely doing the works. Always trying to imitate others. Right? Hey, understand, brothers and sisters, all the things that come. with this journey. This is the narrow path. The only people that will receive you, the only people that will receive you if you're on the narrow path is because they themselves are walking on it too. Okay. Luke 13. Luke 13 and 24 to 30. And here we go. We're about to enter into the real. Luke 13 and 24. Strive to enter in at the straight gate. Strive. Do you understand what it says? Contend with the devil. Fight. Fight. You wasn't just going to get to walk up there. He's following you for a reason. He's trying to put things in your mind for a reason. You got to fight against him. Don't think that this is sweet. Don't think that this is easy. He said, many seek to go, and only few get in. Strive to enter in at the straight gate. That means you got to fight the devil all while you're on this path. There ain't no rest. What you talk about you tired? What you talking about you can't stay up and read more? What you talking about you can't watch more videos? What you talking about you can't read another chapter or two? Aren't you in a battle? This battle ain't physical. It says, for many, I say unto you, will seek to enter in and shall not be able. Seek. Many, 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 many will seek, seek, seek. Inquire. Oh, man. Oh, buddy. Let me get the actual one. Inquire. Many, many will, I'm sorry for the small, many will ask for information from someone. Many will inquire of, many will no object, inquire after, ask about the health and well-being of someone. Inquire, ask to see or speak to. Inquire, investigate, look into. Do you understand what that means? Many will investigate, will look into, but shall not be able to have force or exercise force, to not have might. They can't prevail, be of strength. They don't got enough strength for this journey. I want to tell you to stop being weak. Stop being weak. Got to be strong. Got to be strong. Sitting up there crying about little stuff. Sitting up there losing hope about little stuff. Look what it says, forcefulness. They couldn't. And when I think of the word forcefulness, brothers and sisters, I think of the word motivate, self-motivate. They can't self-motivate themselves to get back up and fight. cowards. They too scared. And you understand why it says literally or figuratively ability. What is your ability? It's your talents. Continuing in your talents and bringing glory to the Most High is how you remain on the path. But because they don't know their talent, because they feel they have no ability to do such, because they're cowards, they won't look into serving the Most High through Christ, they shy away. It says they shall not. They shy away. Come on. Now look what that word shall not also refers back into the word lack. So lack the ability, lack the power, lack the might, lack the spiritual strength, because you got to fight the devil. He ain't my friend. We not kicking it. We not having a conversation. When you come and whisper in my ear, when you come and whisper and tell my things and my thoughts, it's a fight. You not telling me anything to encourage me. You telling me things to bring me down. You telling me things to sin. It's a fight. You ever heard of the adage, there ain't no such thing as a fair fight? There ain't. That's why Satan angry. He bring everything he can because there ain't no fair fight. He's like, well, since you got the Most High in Christ, I'm gonna just throw everything at you. Do it. You know why? Because it ain't a fair fight. I got the Most High. I got Christ. I got the Holy Spirit, the Comforter. And we not fighting fair. We fighting righteously. We're gonna stomp on your head, right? We're not playing. You won't land one hit on me. I promise. Okay. You let's say if you do land a hit on me, take the body, it's disposable. But you ain't getting my soul. You ain't getting my soul. Brothers and sisters need to act like we in a fight. You in boxing. Book of Second Ezra says the world is broken up in 12 parts. This 12 rounds, baby. 12 rounds. You got to give everything you got. No breaks. No breaks. The only difference is, huh, watch this. You the underdog. I'm the underdog. Ain't no one rooting for us in this world. They all rooting for Satan. Come on. Verse 25 reads, when once the master of the house is risen up and has shut the door, and ye begin to stand without and to knock at the door, saying, Lord, Lord, open up to us. And ye shall answer and say unto you, and he shall answer and say unto you, I know you not whence ye are. Now, sound like Matthew 25, right? The foolish virgins. Continuing, then shall ye begin to say, we have eaten and drunken in thy presence, meaning what? Two or more are gathered together. We kept the holy days. We did everything you said. And they said, what? And thou hast taught in our streets. They said, oh, we went street preaching. All the people who go out street preaching, I've done it in the past. But do you understand that Doing street preaching is not considered a good work. Right? Never mind. Never mind. Let me just stop talking. You better read the scriptures because you didn't just see Paul and the disciples just plop up anywhere and just start preaching. Everything was done with order. It was told to them by the Most High where they should go, why they should go, and who they would affect. You don't go. And nowadays, street preachers, they look foolish. You go into a pride parade, you know what's going to happen. You've seen Christ, Paul, all the prophets, they ran from persecution. You running into it. And then you want the Most High to say, Most High, where were you? Most High said, once again, I never told you to do that. Then you got people cursing out people. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I never told you to do that. People are blind. What? But he shall say, I tell you, I know you not whence ye are. Depart from me, all ye workers of iniquity. Teachers, people who called themselves laborers. And I'm going to tell you, it's not too hard to find these individuals. It's not. There shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth when ye shall see Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and all the prophets in the kingdom of God, and you yourselves thrust out. And I'm about to read about Abraham. Y'all see? Let me explain to you. Abraham ain't what you think he is. Okay? Because if Abraham saw you, he'd kill you where you stand. I'm going to prove that to you through the testament of Abraham. He would kill you. Even there was a point where the Most High said when he had died and he took Abraham to the kingdom, the Most High said, do everything that Abraham said to the angel. And Abraham saw people sinning, was like, kill them all. Like, yeah, some of y'all gonna be upset to see our forefathers and the disgust they have for the people in this world. Like they a lot of them not gonna be smiling. Oh, you called yourself a child of mine? They're gonna be mortified. Yeah. Hey, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you. Don't worry. And they shall come from the east and from the west and from the north and from the south and shall sit down in the kingdom of God. And behold, they are last, which shall be first, and there are first, which shall be last. Now, this is so big, all right? So we getting ready to read. We getting ready to read. Second Ezra 7, and then Testament of Abraham. If Abraham wasn't discussed with how people were, I wonder what it would be like if Sarah saw women call themselves Sarah and blaspheme her righteousness. Right? Just imagine all the prophets seeing you and the people of the world compare themselves and say, ugh, you disgust me. How could you dare to say my name? Oh man. Hey, people gonna get hurt with this truth. The truth is a two-edged sword, right? All right. Now, really quickly, you have Second Ezra chapter 7. So this goes to about 100 and some odd scriptures. A lot of people may see that theirs goes to 70. We're going to read all of them. Now, I have a book of the Apocrypha, chapter 7. It's a little different. I also have, if you have the New Oxford Annotated Apocrypha, you have all the scriptures just from the King James, okay? Um, and it's word by word, but this one is a little bit different, but you'd understand it. It's about the same thing, okay? So what I'm going to do, let's see, wait, actually, let me see something real quick. Excuse me. See if I can take, let me see if I can find it in here for everyone, and then I can, one moment. Thank you for that pause, brothers and sisters, for your patience. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take out the scripture, or I won't use the apocrypha from the Ethiopic Bible. What I'll do is I'm just going to use the pseudographia since we are in there. Okay. It's the same thing, just a little bit different, but it is the same exact thing. Okay. So prepare for your mind to be blown. If you've never read this, I'm sorry. This is more like a punch to the stomach, but better you know than to die and not know, right? So we're going off of, and the pseudographia would be fourth Ezra, same as second Ezra is fourth Ezra. Fourth Ezra, chapter 7, second Ezra, chapter 7. It just doesn't have all the 100 plus verses. All right, can everyone see? Let me get that for y'all. Now, verse 1 here, follow me. For when I had finished speaking these words, the angel who had been sent to me on the former nights was sent to me again. And he said to me, Rise, Ezra, and listen to the words that I have come to speak to you. I said, Speak, my Lord. And he said to me, There is a sea set in a wide expanse, so that it is a broad so that it is broad and vast, but it has an entrance set in a narrow place, so that it is like a river. If anyone then wishes to reach the sea, to look at it, or to navigate it, how can he come to the broad part unless he passes through the narrow? Okay, now I want you to write the sea is set in a wide expanse so that it is broad and vast. So we're taking correlations, right, from the straight and narrow, okay? The sea is set in a wide expanse so that it is broad and vast, but it has an entrance set in a narrow place. So it is like a river. So make sure you write that portion. So that would be verse 3 to verse 4. Okay, and 4 or 5, because 5 would go into here. Okay. Now, reading says, another example, there is a city built and set on a plain, and it is full of good things. But the entrance to it is narrow and set in a precipitous place. Now, let's get that. Everyone needs to know that this is dangerous. The entrance is narrow, and that city, or the entrance is narrow and set in a precipitous, dangerously high or steep place. Also, please understand it says done with suddenly and without careful consideration. So that means we must be considerate when we do this. Okay. Like I said, this is life and death. Uh, okay. Sorry. So that there is fire on the right hand and deep water on the left. So imagine that. Slipping or falling will cause either being burnt or cause drowning. And don't even say I can swim. No. Okay. Think of shark infested waters. If you want to sit there and say you can swim, think of shark infested waters. You're gonna be bait. Okay. And there's only one path lying between them, that is between the fire and the water, so that only, 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 only one man can walk upon that path. And I say only, I emphasize that point. A lot of people sit there and say, I want to take my mama or my cousin or my husband or my wife or this. Everyone got to walk their own path. Okay. If now that city is given to a man for an inheritance, how will the heir receive his inheritance unless he pass through the danger set before him? Bingo. So how can you sit there and say you want the kingdom, but not put the work in to get there, not go through the danger? You understand it? So think of it like this. They always say, "Oh, well, you got to put the work in or blood, sweat and tears." No, you got to put blood, sweat and tears into the kingdom. I told you in second in Baruch chapter 4, was it 4 and 28, I think. Let me see. Was it 4 and 10? Excuse me. It's 4 and 10. Apologies. 4 and 10 said, or excuse me, 4 and 28, yeah. 4 and 28. For as it was your mind to go astray from God, so being returned, seek him 10 times more. When I tell you, go all in for the Most High, go in, go all in for the Most High. Huh. Because Your life depends on it, brothers and sisters. You can't be given mediocre effort. You got to go through this fire and water. You got to feel uncomfortable in this journey. I told you it's a fight. We got to fight Satan. It says, if now that city is given to a man for an inheritance, that means our inheritance, the children of Israel. But you got to get it. You got to work for it. How will the heir receive his inheritance unless he pass through the danger set before him? I said, he cannot, Lord. And he said to me, so also is Israel's portion. Now, please understand this. If you're a Gentile, don't say woof, because those gates in the kingdom of heaven, they all have, there are 12 gates, and they all have the name of the children of Israel on them. That means you got to be following one of the children of Israel, which means you also got to walk in the narrow. Okay. All right. For I made the world for their sake, and when Adam transgressed my statutes, what had been made was judged. And so the entrances of this world were made narrow and sorrowful and toilsome. They are few and evil, full of dangers, and involved in great hardship. So when it says we can only get through the kingdom, Acts 14 and 22, through much tribulation. They are few tribulations. They are evil, but they are full of dangers and they are great hardships. Okay? They're great hardships. Come on. Look at that. Severe suffering or privation, distress, look at all the things that hardship means. Come on. The opposite of prosperity. That means the poor of the world. It's okay if you're poor. It's okay if you don't got everything everyone got. That's okay. Because I'm walking this path with fire on one side and water on the other. I'm walking this path because something was promised to me. Something was promised to you. Eternal life. The true question is, brothers and sisters, how bad do you want it? How bad do you want it? Do you want it more than that job? Do you want it more than that house or that car? Do you want it more than that savings? Do you want it more than that boyfriend or that girlfriend? Do you want it more than that husband or that wife? Do you want it more than those children? How bad do you want it? But the entrances of the greater world are broad and safe, and really yield the fruit of immortality. Therefore, unless the living pass through the difficult and vain experiences, they can never, they can never, they can never, they can never receive those things that have been reserved for them. So, brothers and sisters, you and I were born with blessings already in stock, reserved for us. Think about it when you go to the store. They say they got stuff in stock, right? You already were born with blessings in stock. But in order to get them, you got to go through difficult and vain experiences. But now, why are you disturbed, seeing that you are to perish? And why are you moved, seeing that you are mortal? And why have you not considered in your mind what is to come rather than what is now present? Then I answered and said, O sovereign Lord, behold, you have ordained in your law that the righteous shall inherit these things. Amen. But that the ungodly shall perish. The righteous, therefore, can endure difficult circumstances while hoping for easier ones. I'm going to highlight that for y'all. This is a standard. The righteous can endure difficult circumstances while hoping. Eh, Now, no, watch this. What was that scripture that Minister Yashab just gave? Romans 5? And not only so, but we glory in tribulations, knowing that tribulation worketh patience, patience worketh experience, and experience hope. That means you got to have the whole package. Y'all don't hear me. You're not hearing me, are you? And you want to know how the righteous can have the whole package? You sure you want to know? But the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, long suffering, gentleness, goodness, faith, meekness, temperance. Against such there is no law, and they that are Christ have crucified the flesh with the afflictions of the lust. If we live in the Spirit, let us also walk in the Spirit. That means the righteous, we good to go. The righteous can endure difficult circumstances while hoping, not being, why is this happening to me? Oh no. The righteous, like, all right, it's my time to shine. Let's go. Most High said, hey, time to bring glory, son. Time to bring glory, daughter. Let's shine. Show me what you got. Brothers and sisters, if you start thinking about the narrow path differently, you'll be magnificent, and you'll get that goal, which is the kingdom. You will, but you got to start thinking about it differently. This is a fight. You've been chosen to fight. You ain't been chosen to be in the truth. You've been chosen to fight the devil. You've not been chosen to be in the truth. You've been chosen to be a good soldier for Christ. You're a soldier. Doesn't it tell us? What is it? Is it? Let me get that. Let me get that. Brain freeze. A good soldier endureth. Right? 2 Timothy 2:13. Thou therefore endure hardness as a good soldier of Yeshua Christ. You ain't been called in the truth just to be in the truth. We are soldiers. We are fighters. You're fighting the devil. You're fighting evil spirits. That's why we take on the armor, because we are soldiers. Come on. Soldiers understand difficult. We thrive in difficult circumstances. And I'm not just saying this because I was a soldier before, but you got to learn how to thrive in difficult circumstances. One thing I learned when I was first in my training, when I was back in the army, I was trained at Fort Knox, home of the tankers. And I remember I was like 19, 18, 19, and I was crying. And I was like, man, what have I got myself into? I was like, Lord, please forgive me. I'll never forget it. One of the drill sergeants, they were special forces, and he kicked me in my chest. I said, my goodness. He said, stop acting like a girl. That's what he told me. No disrespect to women. He said, stop acting so sensitive. And he didn't say it that way, but we in the truth, so we follow the Most High, no cursing. So you can just imagine what he said. He said, stop acting like a girl. And 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 and, and he was like, and then he made me do push-ups after. We in the snow. We in the bare snow. I mean, good grief. Imagine this November. Snow all over Fort Knox. And then he said, get up. And I got up and he walked away. And they came back and said, why are you acting like a such and such? And then he walked away again, never approached me. And from that moment, I looked to my left and I looked to my right and I said, man, I'm weak. I'm emotionally and mentally weak. Not that I'm physically weak, I'm strong physically, but mentally and emotionally, I was weak at that point. And I said, if they're doing it and I'm doing it, why am I crying if we're all going through it together? Right? And the Bible tells us that too. The Bible tells us, what you sitting there crying for when we all go through this? What you sitting there crying for when we all go through this? Look what it says. 1 Peter 5 and 8, be sober and be vigilant because of your adversary, the devil, as a roaring lion, walketh about seeking whom he may devour, whom resist steadfast in the faith, knowing that the same afflictions are accomplished in your brethren that are worldwide. And that popped up to me. After I went through that circumstance, I read this scripture and I was like, why was I crying? Why was I so emotional? Other people are going through the same, if not worse. And then I prayed that night and I heard a voice say, man up. That's what I heard. Man up. From that point, hey, I was whole all day, baby. I was like, all right, 10 miler airborne. All right, let's go. Let's go. This is what you called me to do for a season? Let's go. So, brothers and sisters, you gotta be ready. I'm telling you, it's easy to do things in the physical. It's hard. It's hard to conquer the mental and emotional, but you can do it because Christ said we can do it. One moment. Thank you for your patience, brothers and sisters. I apologize. All right. So, starting off from the righteous, therefore, can endure difficult circumstances while hoping for easier ones. But those who have done wickedly have suffered the difficult circumstances and will not see the easier ones. So, hey, it is what it is. How can, and it's shameful because some people can go through difficult things not realizing that it's to push them and gear them towards Christ. And like I said, they say, well, why is this happening to me? Right? Sad. He said to me, you are not a better judge than God or wiser than the Most High. Let many perish who are now living, rather than that the law of God which is set before them be disregarded. For God strictly commanded those who came into the world when they came what they should do to live and what they should do to observe to avoid punishment. Okay. Choose life or death, right? Choose life or death. And now I'm going to hit a point because this is why it's so important to make sure you're following the proper ministry. Is your leader, is your teacher, is your pastor, is your evangelist, whomever, are they teaching you how to walk like Christ? Are they teaching you how to what to observe to avoid punishment? Come on. What's the point of even reading? What's the point of even teaching if you're not going to teach people about heaven and how to stay out of hell? Right? Nevertheless, they were not obedient and spoke against him. They devised for themselves vain thoughts and proposed to themselves wicked frauds. They even declared that the Most High does not exist, and they ignored his ways. They scorned his law and denied his covenants. They have been unfaithful to his statutes and have not performed his works. Therefore, Ezra, empty things are for the empty, and full things are full things for the full. So if you got empty, if you ain't doing nothing, if you're not performing Christ's works, the Most High's works, if you performing his statutes unfaithfully, see, it's just not people who are out of the truth, it's people in the truth. Pay attention. For behold, the time will come when the signs which I have foretold you will come to pass. The city which now is set, excuse me, the city which now is not seen shall appear, and the land which now is hidden shall be disclosed. We know what that is. And everyone who has been delivered from the evils that I have foretold shall see my wonders. Amen. For my son, the Messiah, shall be revealed with those who are with him, and those who remain shall rejoice 400 years. Amen. And by the way, that 400 years, you see F, it means 1,000 years. Okay. That's referring to the 1,000-year reign. Amen. Right. And the world shall be turned back to primeval silence for 7 days, as it was at the first beginnings, so that no one shall be left. And after the 7 days, the world which is not yet awake will be roused, and that which is corruptible shall perish. The earth shall give up those who are asleep in it, and the chambers shall give up the souls which have been committed to them. Now, for all, I can't stand deceivers, right? They use this scripture, Daniel 12, and they use this and say, many of them that sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, and some everlasting life, and some to shame and everlasting. They use this as a rapture scripture, which bugs me to the because nowhere there it says rapture. It sits there and says what? Resurrection. This is referring to the resurrection. Okay? As this is referring. Verse 33, Most High shall be revealed upon the seat of judgment, and compassion shall pass away. Did y'all just hear what I said? Compassion shall pass away. Compassion shall pass away, and patience shall be withdrawn. Y'all don't understand. Mercy is about to become obsolete. Come on, start working like you mean it. Do more. Be better. You can do it. Truth shall stand, and faithfulness shall grow strong, and recompense shall follow, and the reward shall be manifested. Righteous deeds shall awake, and unrighteous deeds shall not sleep. That means what? Whatever righteous deeds that you had in you, they're going to come out. They're going to make sure you get all your righteous actions out. And for those of you who are trying to hide evil deeds, Those are not going to sleep either. You will not be able to hide, and all of them will come out. That's what they're using that CERN for, too. They're going to pull out that dark matter. Remember I showed y'all that? Remember that? Then the pit of torment shall appear. Excuse me, it's not letting me highlight that part. Then the pit of torment shall appear, and opposite it shall be, and opposite it shall be the place of rest, and the furnace of hell shall be disclosed, and the opposite it the paradise of delight. Then the Most High will say to the nations that have been raised from the dead, look now and understand whom you have denied, whom you have not served, those commandments you have despised. Look on this side and on that. Here are delight and rest, and there are fire and torments. Thus he will speak to them on the day of judgment, a day that has no sun or moon or stars or cloud or thunder or lightning or wind or water or air or darkness or evening or morning or summer or spring or heat or winter or frost or cold or hail or rain or dew or noon or night or dawn or shining or brightness or light, but only splendor of the glory of the Most High, by which all shall see what has been determined for them. For it will last for about a week of years. This is my judgment and its prescribed order. To you alone have I shown these things. Now, the week of years, that's deep, and I've read that in the Book of Remembrance. But hey, we'll leave that for another time, because that's in a whole nother. Just understand, judgment is gonna it's gonna feel nice and slow. Just understand that, okay? I understand and said, O sovereign Lord, I said then, I say now, blessed are those who are alive and keep your commandments. But what of those for whom I prayed? For who among the living is there that has not sinned, or who among men that has not transgressed your covenant? Do you understand what that means? Ezra was saying, wait a minute. I mean, and everyone should look at this. Did you know that we've all broken his covenant? So he made it clear with two different things, right? We've all sinned, and then those who has transgressed. That's not only for the people who didn't know, but that's for the people that did know the truth. And now I see that the world to come will bring delight to few, but torments to many. For an evil heart has grown up in us, which has alienated us from God, and has brought us into corruption in the ways of death, and has shown us the paths of perdition, and removed us far from life. Now, didn't I tell you? When they find out that what they're teaching is wrong, they're going to what? They're going to fall away and turn from the Most High, because they want to be something big. Didn't I say that? Because they've been what? Working in the paths of perdition. And that not just a few of us, but almost all who have been created. He answered me and said, listen to me, Ezra, and I will instruct you and will admonish you yet again. For this reason, the Most High has made not one world, but two. For whereas you have said that the righteous are not many, but few, while the ungodly abound, hear the explanation for this. If you have just a few precious stones, will you add to them lead and clay? I said, Lord, how could that be? And he said to me, Not only that, but ask the earth, and she will tell you. Defer to her, and she will declare it to you. Say to her, you produce gold and silver and brass, and also iron and lead and clay. But silver is more abundant than gold, and brass than silver, and iron than brass, and lead than iron, and clay than lead. Judge therefore which things are precious and desirable, those that are abundant and those that are rare. Now this goes deep because we all supposed to be tried as a gold. It talks, like I said, this goes deep because it can go in many ways. Even every work is supposed to be set upon. You're going to see it's either on brass, it's on silver, it's on clay, hay, and straw. This was said in the New Testament. And everything will be tried by fire. But what can last in fire? Gold. That's why we're all to be gold, just like it says in Ecclesiasticus chapter 2. And I said, O sovereign Lord, what is plentiful is of less worth, for what is more rare is more precious. Let me read that again. What is plentiful is less worth, for what is more rare is more precious. He answered me and said, weigh within yourself what you have thought, for he who has what is hard to get rejoices more than he who has what is plentiful. And didn't I tell you we serve a God who wants quality over quantity, right? Why do you think I'm telling you all this? Why do you think I'm telling you this? I'm trying to make sure brothers and sisters become the few. Nothing I can do for other people. But for you that actually listen, I pray that you're the few. I actually pray for you every day. So also will be the judgment that which I have promised, for I will rejoice over the few who shall be saved, because it is they who have made my glory to prevail now. See that? Your actions should bring glory to the Most High. When those people were street preaching, they aren't bringing glory to the Most High. They wasn't doing things to bring glory. They was making themselves look like they're right, like they got the only knowledge that's right. More than one person can bring glory to the Most High. That's treacherous. Paul said, like he said, one soweth and one watereth. There's laborers throughout the entire world, righteous laborers throughout the entire world. And through them, my name has now been honored. And I will not grieve over the multitude of those who perish. What? No tears shed. For it is they who are now like a mist and are similar to a flame and smoke. They are set on fire and burnt hotly and are extinguished. And yes, names matter. I know a lot of people will say, well, you haven't said the name of the Most High. I actually have. Okay. But the reason I don't say is so that no one on the platforms blasphemes the Most High. But when we're in person, guess what? You'll know, because the name ain't gonna change. Even in the book of Revelation, it tells us that what? Christ will come with that new name, right? Most High will come with that new name, and everyone's name will be in stone, right? And he will also give us a new name. That new name was only given to the elect. Hmm. So that's one thing you're not gonna see me doing is debating about a name. Like I said, I can't wait until everything happens, because everyone who's spewing all those fake names, They're going to realize, oh, well, no one's alive who was saying this, or maybe the Most High has. And then you'll find these elect men who are only saying these specific names. And so then you have to what? You have to either come humbly and say, man, I was wrong, and so were my teachers, or else you're going to perish with them. Hey, the name is gonna, Most High is gonna exalt himself. I exalt him for the people in person. I don't want no one to sit there and blaspheme the Most High's name. What it look like? You can call whatever you want. Hey, I give you all the truth. I tell you to look through the concordance. Hey, we know Exodus 3:13 and 14. It's not what people are saying out there. I'll tell you that. Okay, I will tell you that. But hey, to each his own. And you don't want to believe the truth, whatever. I'm not going to sit there and do things that Christ said not to do and debate you over something. There's people who are listening. I love you. Let's move, right? I replied and said, O earth, what have you brought forth? In the mist, in the mind is made of the dust, like the other created things. For it would have been better if the dust itself had not been born, so that the mind might not have been made from it. But now the mind grows with us, and therefore we are tormented because we perish and know it. Let the human race lament, but let the beasts of the field be glad. Let all who have been born lament, but let the four-footed beasts and the flocks rejoice. For it is much better with them than with us, for they do not look for a judgment, nor do they know of any torment or salvation promised to them after death. For what does it profit us that we shall be preserved alive but cruelly tormented? For all who have been born are involved in iniquities and are full of sins and burdened with transgressions. And if we were not to come into judgment after death, perhaps it would have been better for us. He answered me and said, when the Most High made the world and Adam and all who have come from him, he first prepared the judgment and the things that pertain to the judgment. And now understand from your own words, for you have said that the mind grows with us. Now, really quickly, 2nd Ezra chapter 7, I just want to share with you, it stops at 70, okay? So now this is a carrying on. Like I said, if you have in certain handheld books, as well as PDFs, it continues, okay? For this reason, I therefore, those who dwell on earth shall be tormented, because though they had understanding, they committed iniquity, and though they received the commandments, they did not keep them. And though they obtained the law, they dealt unfaithfully with what they received. Much is asked, much is required, right? What then will they have to say in the judgment, or how will they answer in the last times? For how long the time is that the Most High has been patient with those who inhabit the world, and not for their sake, but because of the times which he has foreordained. I answered and said, if I have found favor in your sight, my Lord, show this also to your servant, whether after death, as soon as every one of us yields up this his soul, we shall be kept in the rest until those times come when we'll renew the creation, or whether we shall be tormented at once. Now I'm going to cut this, okay, because I don't want to get into uh, hell and those different things. But if you haven't read this, you may want to. Okay, you may want to. Okay, uh, I'm just gonna put that out there. Right, not abandoning the scripture. I just don't want to get too far into that. The whole point was what? Making sure you understand that we have to toughen up on this journey, okay? At the end of this, you have blessings, you have riches stored. You understand? Why not fight for it? Why do you think the devil is fighting you so hard? He don't want you to get what he lost. He's jealous, he's selfish, okay? He hates forgiveness. You understand that? He wants you and I to suffer. He hates forgiveness. He hates love. He hates blessings. He hates life eternal. Remember that. You never remember anything. Remember, remember that. Okay, give me one moment. Okay, let's find this real quickly. Let's see. Here we go. Praise the Most High. Well, I'm gonna read Recession A. So, Testament Recension A, but I'm gonna read. Um, I'm gonna read chapters 10 through 14. Okay, Recension A, chapters 10 through 14, and they're both the same. A and B are the same, but one is more compacted. I guess I could say. And don't worry, we're not reading the entire thing, just a few scriptures. I know they're like a few scriptures. All right. So from 10 to 14. If you didn't know, now you know. And I want you to be informed of our forefather, Abraham, everyone's forefather. Father Abraham had many sons. Many sons had. You remember, right? Okay, let's go. And the archangel Michael went down and took Abraham on a chariot of cherubim and lifted him up into the air of heaven and led him unto the cloud, as well as 60 angels. And on the carriage, Abraham soared over the entire inhabited world. And Abraham beheld the world as it was that day. Some were plowing. Uh-oh. Some were plowing, others leading wagons. In one place they were pasturing flocks, elsewhere abiding with their flocks in the field, while dancing and sporting and playing zither. In another place they were wrestling and pleading at law. Elsewhere they were weeping, then also bearing the dead to the tomb. And he also saw newlyweds being escorted in procession. In a word, he saw everything which was happening in the world, both good and evil. This is Abraham, by the way. Then continuing on, Abraham saw a man bearing swords, who held in their hands sharpened swords. And Abraham asked the commander in chief, that's Michael, who are these? And the commander in chief said, these are robbers who want to commit murder and rob and burn and destroy. Abraham said, Lord, Lord, heed my voice and command that wild beasts come out of the thicket and devour them. You see, Abraham was like, wait a minute, I may be in heaven, but you need to get these people. Let's just get them out of here. And as he was speaking, wild beasts came out of the thicket and devoured them. Do you see how much power Abraham had? He spoke and someone died. And he saw in another place a man with a woman engaging in sexual immorality with each other. And he said, Lord, I command the earth open and swallow them up. and immediately the earth split in two and swallowed them up. Y'all think Abraham ain't what you thought? And he saw in another place men breaking into a house and carrying off possessions of others. And he said, Lord, Lord, command that fire come down from heaven and consume them. And as he was speaking, fire came down from heaven and consumed them. And immediately a voice came down from heaven to the commander in chief, speaking thus, O Michael, commander in chief, command the chariot to stop and turn Abraham away, lest he should see the entire inhabited world. Do you hear? The Most High was like, if I give Abraham any more power, he gonna kill everyone. That's how disgusted Abraham was. He was like, oh, what is this? This is filthy. Boy, and people like, oh. For if he were to see all those who pass their lives in sin, he would destroy everything that exists. You, you see, Abraham, and I'm not saying any of this or sharing any of this to discredit. I'm saying you may think you want to be like our forefathers, but our forefathers was sick to the stomach with the things they saw. Imagine now. Imagine now. For behold, has not Abraham has not sinned, and he has no mercy on sinners. I'll read that again. For behold, Abraham has not sinned and has no mercy on sinners. So some people really think, man, we couldn't stand in front of Abraham. I'd probably hide from Abraham. But then I need to hear him say, you can get up, you can come now. I want to hug Abraham, but I want to ask him more questions than anything. But I made the world, and I do not want to destroy any one of them, but I delay the death. Look at the Most High showing off his beauty, right? Beautiful. Of the sinner until he should convert and live. Now conduct Abraham to the first gate of heaven, so that there he may see the judgments and recompenses and repent over the souls of the sinners which he destroyed. So even the Most High told, hey, you destroyed people when I didn't say there was a time. I wanted them to come back and convert. So you got to repent for that. Michael turned the chariot and brought Abraham toward the east in the first gate of heaven. And Abraham saw two ways. The first was straight and narrow, and the other broad and spacious. Does that sound familiar? Okay, I don't know. I was just thinking. And he saw there two gates. One gate was broad, corresponding to the broad way, and one gate was straight, corresponding to the straight way. And outside the two gates of that place, they saw a man seated on a golden throne. So think of it, the two paths splitting, and just before they split, there was a man sitting on a golden throne. And the appearance of that man was terrifying, like the master's. Who's the master? Christ, right? And they saw many souls being driven by angels and being led through the broad gate. And they saw a few other souls, and they were being brought by angels through the narrow gate. See, we even got help by angels. We can't do this alone, but at least we could do is be strong and encouraged, right? And when the wondrous one who was seated on the throne of gold saw few entering through the straight gate, but many entering through the broad gate, immediately that wondrous man tore the hair of his head and beard off his cheeks, and he threw himself on the ground from his throne, crying and wailing. And when he saw many souls entering through the straight gate, then he arose from the earth and sat on his throne, very cheerfully rejoicing and exulting. Oh boy. That's hard, ain't it? That's tough. Then Abraham asked the commander in chief, my lord, commander in chief, who is this most wondrous man who is adorned in such glory, and sometimes he cries and wails, while other times he rejoices and exalts? The incorporeal one said, this is the first form Adam. So how many people knew? You're sitting there talking about Adam and Eve. Uh, Adam has to live with the torment of seeing people choose which path they go on. You knew that? Don't worry about our forefathers. Worry about yourself. All in all, he still is in the kingdom. But he gets to feel that pain of watching people choose the broad path and fallen angels lead them into that path. This is the first form Adam who is in such glory, and he looks at the world since everyone has come from him. And when he sees many souls entering through the straight gate, then he arises and sits on his throne, rejoicing and exulting cheerfully, because this straight gate is the gate of the righteous, which leads to life. Amen. And those who enter through it come into paradise. Amen. You walk in this tough path to get to the kingdom. Seek ye first the kingdom, right? Seek ye first the kingdom. And on account of this, excuse me, the first form Adam rejoices since he sees the souls being saved. Amen. And when he sees many souls entering through the broad gate, then he pulls his hair off his head and casts himself on the ground, crying and wailing bitterly. For the broad gate is the gate of the sinners, which leads to destruction and to eternal punishment. Now, when Christ was saying this, did you understand that he was speaking of a greater view of what was going on? Did you understand? He was speaking of what they see from heaven looking down on earth. And he was telling you, we view you by walking these two paths. You have a choice, right? And on account of this, the first form Adam falls from his throne, crying and wailing over the destruction of sinners. For many are the ones who are destroyed, while few are the ones who are saved. For among 7,000, there is scarcely to be found one saved soul, the righteous and undefiled. Why would he talk about 7,000? It was talking about the 7,000 men that bowed down to Baal. That's how tough this is to get into the kingdom. And many people say, "I don't like Ministry Shaw." At least I'm trying to tell you the reality. At least I'm trying to tell you the reality. He says 7,000 to be found one. Oh, imagine we got 7, 8 billion, almost 9 billion people. So every 7,000 people of evil, there's only one soul to be saved. Come on now. You better go hard. You better. You better go hard. You better act like 7,000 to one person. Come on. How many people is in your city right now? Come on. That's a handful of people. You act like everyone talking about they church gonna get in and 7,000 people and wasn't it in Second Ezra chapter 15? I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna go there, Most High. I'm gonna go there because He told us in Scripture. The Most High told us. I'm getting it in 15. Is it? Let me see. One moment. It's at 16. Excuse me. Sorry about that. What did he say in 2nd Ezra 16? So that one man shall desire to see another and to hear his voice, for of a city there shall be 10 left, 10 left, 10 left, 10 left. So 7,000 people is automatically going. Now 10 people from every 7,000. Let's do the math. Most High knows I'm bad at math, but let's do the math. Okay, I'm gonna do the math. Every 7,000, okay, would equate to 10 people, right? So you do 77,000 times 10. That's 70,000 people, right? 70,000 people to 10 people. You think this a game? You think this a game? You think this is likely to be taken? 10 people left in the city? And I feel like my ministry is too hard. You paying with your life, that's on you. Come on, man. Continuing. While he was yet saying these things to me, behold, there were two angels with fiery aspect and merciless intention and relentless look, and they drove myriads, meaning many of souls, mercilessly beating them with fiery lashes. And the angels seized one soul, and they drove all the souls into the broad gate toward destruction. What? Because why? There's children of the Most High and there's children of the devil. And mind you, okay, these are angels specifically for judgment. But who would lead them there? Okay, fallen. Because the wages of sin is death. Who would do the torment in hell? That is the holy angels, because the fallen angels got to get tormented as well, right? But who drove the souls, who convinced them, who led them into destruction? The fallen angels. Because the angel seized one soul, right? Understand, seize means to take control. Let's pull it up. Look at that. Take hold of suddenly and forcibly. Look. Second one. Take forcible possession. Possession. These spirits possessed these people and led them right into destruction. Okay? They say my ministry is too tough. Try hell. I'm good. I'll pass. I say I'm teaching a few. Look what we got. I don't got hundreds and thousands of followers. I pray for y'all every day who actually listen to the lessons. Even I pray for other brothers and sisters who are getting seeds or who are pouring out water, who's also laboring. Because we I don't know about you, but I'm trying to be the few. I don't want to be being tormented forever. Neither do I want anyone being tormented forever. And when I say anyone, I'm referring to those who listen to me or those who are in righteousness all over the world, whether you listen to my videos or not. But I can't do nothing for anyone who isn't getting wisdom, who isn't getting understanding, right? Moving forward. Then we too followed the angels and came inside that broad gate, and between the two gates there stood a terrifying throne with the appearance of a terrifying crystal, flashing like fire, and upon it sat a wondrous man, bright as the sun, like unto the Son of God. Before him stood a table like crystal, all of gold and byssus. On the table lay a book whose thickness was 6 cubits. Come on now. If I'm not mistaken, cubits is feet, about almost 6 cubits high, while its breadth was 10 cubits, just 10 feet long. That's a book for you. And it's on its right hand and on its left hand stood two angels holding papyrus and ink and pen. In front of the table sat a light bearing angel holding a balance in his hand. On his left, there sat a fiery angel, altogether mercilessly and relentless, holding a trumpet in his hand, which contained within it an all consuming fire for testing for sinners. And the wondrous man who sat on the throne was the one who judged and sentenced the souls. Who is that? That's Christ. Christ judged and sentenced souls. The two angels on the right and on the left recorded. Who was that? The one on the right recorded righteous deeds, while the one on the left recorded sins. Oh boy. And the one who was in the front of the table, who was holding the balance, weighed the souls. And the fiery angel who held the fire tested the souls. Abraham asked the commander in chief, "What are these? What are these things which we see?" And the commander in chief said, "These things which ye see, pious Abraham, are judgment and recompense." And behold, the angel who held the soul in his hand brought it before the judge, Christ. And the judge told one of the angels who served him, "Open for me this book and find for me the sins of this soul." Oh boy. Don't ever tell me, don't ever say on the day of judgment, ain't no one tell you what to expect and how we all get judged, because I'm sharing it because I love you. And when he opened the book, he found its sins and righteous deeds to be equally balanced. And he neither turned it over to the torturers nor placed it among those who were being saved, but he set it in the middle. Oh, man. So now you got a person who's just balanced. Oh, we got a problem. That's scary. And Abraham said, "My Lord and chief, my Lord, commander in chief, who is this all wondrous judge? And who are the angels who are recording? And who is the sun-like angel who holds the balance? And who is the fiery angel who holds the fire?" And the commander in chief said, "Do you see, all pious Abraham, the frightful man who who is seated on the throne? This is the son of Adam, the first form, who is called Abel." Abel. Oh, that's right. Man, you ain't heard about him in a while, have you? Because the Most High was like, "I love you. You're coming straight to me." Whom Cain the wicked killed, and he sits here to judge the entire, to judge the entire, to judge the entire creation, examining both righteous and sinners. I'm gonna let that hit you in the stomach real quick, because if your actions ain't good enough as Abel, well, come on. We got big time people examining us. for righteousness. You thought this was a game? You thought his thoughts were your thoughts? He got our forefathers examining us to say if we deserve to get into the kingdom. Come on. That's why it says not by works alone, but by grace. What grace do you need? The order of the Most High, the people who are judging us. Couldn't do this alone. Holy Spirit, they all make intercessions for us. Can't do this alone. For God said, I do not judge you, but every man is judged by man. On account of this, he gave him judgment to judge the world until his great and glorious parousia, okay, day of judgment. Now, that is true. Did anyone notice that the Most High in the Bible has never judged? He's always given it to his son to do. So judgment's out of the Most High's hands. You got to come to Christ. That's the only way you can be judged to get into the kingdom rather than be judged to go to the fire. And then righteous Abraham, there will be perfect judgment and recompense, eternal and unalterable, which no one can question. For every person has sprung from the first formed, and on account of this they are first judged here by his son. Who's his son? And the second parousia, they will be judged by the 12 tribes of Israel. Christ said this. You sat there, everyone said, oh, I'm proud to be Israel. Let's see if they're proud to have you as Israel. Let's try that. Let's try that. Because the first judge is his son, that's Christ. He's the one who allows others to judge. So now we see that he's given Abel the ability to judge. Then he gave the ability to the 12 tribes, to the 12 disciples to judge the children of Israel, just like he said in the book of Matthew. It says both every breath and every creature of the children of Israel. And thirdly, they shall be judged by the master God of all. And then thereafter, the fulfillment of that judgment will be near, and fearful will be the sentence, and there is none who can release. Thus, the judgment and recompense of the world is made through 3 tribunals. What? 3 judgments. You ain't 3 judges. Who you think you fooling? You better act like you better. We're going to stand before greatness. We're talking about walking in the narrow path, brothers and sisters. We're talking about walking in the narrow path. You want to walk this path. Trust me. You want to walk this path. Because judgment ain't nothing sweet. And therefore, a matter is not ultimately established by 1 or 2 witnesses, but every matter shall be established by 3 witnesses. Oh, buddy. Father, Son, Holy Spirit. He said 3 bear record. He was telling you that he was going to do the same in judgment as well. The 2 angels, the one on the right hand and the one on the left, these are those who record sins and righteous deeds. The one on the right records righteous deeds, while the one on the left records sin. And the sun-like angel who holds the balance in his hand is the archangel Dokiel. Okay, now I'm going to spoil this for you. That's a typo. We got letter E, and I read this in the other one. Okay. Oh, they didn't put it in here. Don't worry, because we're gonna read it anyway. Don't have no fears, brothers and sisters. But don't write Archangel Dokiel. because it's not, these two are not angels. Okay. They are called angels because their name is transferred into something else, but these were two righteous beings. Okay. And I'm going to show you in the next portion. A little bit shorter than this one, but I'm going to show you in the next portion. The righteous balance bear, and he weighs the righteous deeds and the sins with the righteousness of God. And the fiery and merciless angel who holds the fire in his hand, this is the archangel Prairiel, who has authority over fire, and he tests the work of men through fire. He tests the work of men through fire. He tests the work of men through fire. And what did Christ say? We shall all be baptized in fire, right? Right? Oh, snap. And if the fire burns up the work of anyone, immediately the angel of judgment takes him and carries him away to the place of sinners. Do you understand? Your works better be founded on Christ. Because if not, and they come to burn that work, you're going with that work. A most bitter place of punishment. But if the fire But if the fire tests the work of anyone and does not touch it, this person is justified, and the angel of righteousness takes him and carries him up to be saved in the lot of the righteous. And thus the most righteous Abraham, all things and all people are tested by fire and balance. Every single person will be tested by fire and balance. Did you not see what happened to Abraham and his brother? They were tested by fire and balance. Let me balance out your faith. Let me balance out your belief. Let me balance out your hope. Let me balance out your obedience to the Most High. And then they were both put into the fire. One, the fire did not touch, the other, the fire consumed. We all will be tested by fire and balance. Abraham said to the commander in chief, my Lord, Commander in chief, how was a soul which the angel is handed a judge to the middle? And the commander in chief said, here, righteous Abraham, since the judge found its sins and its righteous deeds to be equal, then he handed it over neither to judgment nor to be saved until the judge of all should come. Abraham said to the commander in chief, what is still lacking to the soul in order for it to be saved? So he was like, okay, what could this person do to be saved? That's a good question, right? Praise the Most High. And the commander in chief said, if it could acquire one, one, one righteous deed more than its sins, that means if your actions don't scream repentance, don't scream glory of the Most High, and you have more sin in your life than righteousness, you better start working now. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not sitting here saying that you're going to go to hell, but so help me, brothers and sisters, if you don't start performing works now, it's going to be a hot day in hell that never stops. And because I love you, I'm up here telling you, hurry up. Hurry up. You know why I'm telling you? Let me get this scripture real quick, because people people may think, oh no, it's just over, right? Going a little too overboard, right? But give me a quick second. So I want to share this with y'all. So again, one moment, please. Check this out. You thought I was joking? You thought when I'm telling you to hurry up, 2nd Ezra chapter 2, verse 12 and 13. And it reads, they shall have the tree of life for an ointment of sweet savor. They shall neither labor nor be weary. Go and ye shall receive. Pray for a few days unto you, that they may be shortened. The kingdom is already prepared for you. Watch. It was a command that we pray for the days to be shortened and for the kingdom to come already. So I urge you, because I'm going to tell you this, I'm not going to stop praying for the kingdom to come. But I will tell you this, brothers and sisters, you better hurry up, because there are people, time now, suffering while you asking for more time. Do you think the Most High is going to award you more time for someone else's suffering? It's not going to happen. So you better hurry up. I'm saying that as nicely as I can say, as loving as I can say. You better hurry up. It would enter in to be saved. Continuing, Abraham said to the commander in chief, come, commander in chief Michael, let us offer a prayer on behalf of this soul and see if God will heed us. And the commander in chief said, amen, let it be so. Excuse me. And they offered up supplication and prayer on behalf of the soul, and God heeded them. And when they arose from prayer, they did not see the soul standing there. Now, let me tell you, I don't know about you, but I would love for Abraham and our forefathers and the angels to be praying to change the Most High's judgment for anybody, even myself. That's the type of intervention we need. You think the Most High will listen to us? Yes, he does, but not to that extent. To the extent of changing your judgment to where you were one sin away from going to hell? You think he would listen to us? No. Come on. Work, brothers and sisters, work. And Abraham said to the angel, where is the soul which you are holding in the middle? And the angel said, it was saved through your righteous prayer. And remember, and I shared with you in 2nd Baruch that it said, no more prayers of the righteous. Bye-bye. That's going to be over. That means that's still happening to this day. And behold, the light-bearing angel took it and carried it up into paradise. Can you say amen? How beautiful. Hey, I'll be a servant to Abraham for the rest of the time in the kingdom. You get me in the kingdom. Hey, if someone was praying for me, which I know they are, who's already in the kingdom, be like, hey, I'm Most High, put my mansion in their name. I'm gonna serve them for the rest of the term. Okay, like that. Not only are we in debt to Christ, but we in debt to our forefathers as well. They don't even know us from nothing, and they up there praying for us. Do them justice, brothers and sisters. Do Christ justice. Do the blood of Christ justice, and do the Most High justice. Abraham said, I glorify the name of the Most High God and his boundless mercy. Abraham said to the commander in chief, I beg you, archangel, heed my plea, and let us beseech the Lord yet again, and let us prostrate ourselves for his compassion and beg his mercy on behalf of the souls of the sinners whom I previously, being evil-minded, cursed and destroyed, whom the earth swallowed up, and whom the wild beasts rent asunder, and whom the fire consumed by my word. So he was asking for forgiveness. Look at that, right? Now I have come to know that I sinned before the Lord our God. Come, Michael, and commander in chief of the powers above, come, let us beseech God with tears that he may forgive me my sinful act and grant them to me. What? You see that? He was like, forgive me. Put their faults on me. You see that? That's what Abraham said. You see? And the commander in chief heeded him, and they offered supplication before God. When they had besought him for a long time, a voice came out of heaven saying, Abraham, Abraham, I have heeded your voice and your supplication, and I forgive you your sin, and those whom you think that I destroyed, I have called back, and I have led them into life by my great goodness. What? That's the power of the Most High and the righteous. For I did punish them in judgment for a time. Oh boy. But those whom I destroy while they are living on earth, I do not requite in death. You bet. Hey, I feel so bad for people because people don't even know how beautiful the Most High is. Yeah, I'm still sharing to you about the severity of hell, about the severity of being judged, about the severity of walking the straight and narrow. And as we're walking it, there are people praying for us. But brothers and sisters, it's because I don't want to see you perish. I don't want to see anyone who listens to me, who's listened to my teaching, perish. Brothers and sisters, this is real. In the last portion, recension B, and Michael went up into the heavens and spoke. So it's a little bit of correlation the same, but some points will be different. And Michael went up in the heavens and spoke before the Lord concerning Abraham. And the Lord answered Michael, go and take up Abraham in the body and show him everything. And whatever he says to you, do it as you would for him who is my friend. Then Michael left and took Abraham up unto a cloud and the body and bore him up to the river Oceanus. And Abraham looked and saw two gates, one small and the other large. And between the two gates there sat a man upon a throne of great glory. And a multitude of angels encircled him, and sometimes he was crying and again laughing. And the crying exceeded his laughter sevenfold. And Abraham said to Michael, who is this who is seated between two gates with great glory? And sometimes he laughs, but others he cries. And the crying exceeds the laughter sevenfold. And Michael said to Abraham, do you not know who he is? He said, no, Lord. And Michael said to Abraham, do you see these two gates, the small and the large? These are the gates which lead to life and to destruction. And this man who is sitting between them, this is Adam, the first man whom God formed. And he placed him in this place to see every soul leaving its body, since everyone is from him. When therefore you see him crying, know that he has seen many souls being led to destruction. But when you see him laughing, he has seen a few souls being led to life. Amen. Do you see him, how the crying exceeds the laughter? Since he sees the greater part of the world being led through the broad gate to destruction, therefore crying exceeds laughter sevenfold. And Abraham, verse 9, and Abraham said, is one who is unable to enter the straight gate, unable to enter into life? Then Abraham cried, saying, woe to me, what shall I do? Because I am a man of broad body. I know, and how shall I be able to enter into the straight gate, into which a child of 15 years would not be able to enter? Now, this 15 years, that A means 10 years, which is the age of remembrance. I mean, the age of accountability. And Michael answered and said to Abraham, do not fear, father, nor grieve, for you will enter through it unhindered, as will all those who are like you. The righteous will enter in unhindered. So it didn't mean that there wouldn't be problems, but unhindered means what? Not hindered. So there wouldn't be a problem to go into the path. It doesn't mean that we wouldn't face things. There just wouldn't be a problem. We wouldn't have issues committing to the Most High. You understand? And as Abraham was standing and marveling, behold, there was an angel of the Lord driving 6 myriads of souls of sinners to destruction. And Abraham said to Michael, are all these going to destruction? And Michael said to him, yes, but let us go and seek among these souls to see if there is even one among them which is righteous. And when they went, they found an angel holding in his hand one soul of a woman from among 6 myriads, because he found her sins evenly balanced with all her works, and there were neither in distress nor at rest, but in an intermediate place. So now this one uses a woman. But those other souls he took to destruction. And Abraham said to Michael, Lord, is this the angel who brings forth the souls from the body or not? And Michael answered and said, this is death, and he leads them to the place of judgment, so that the judgment may judge them. And Abraham said, my Lord, I beseech you that you should conduct me to the place of judgment, so that I too may see how they are judged. Then Michael took Abraham onto a cloud, and he brought him to paradise. And when he reached the place where the judge was, the angel went and gave the soul to the judge. The soul said, have mercy on me, Lord. And the judge said, how shall I have mercy on you, since you did not have mercy on the daughter whom you bore, the fruit of your womb? Why did you murder her? And she answered, no, Lord, the murder did not come from me, but my daughter has herself lied against me. Okay. Now, to me, this looked like a honor killing almost, right? But check this out. The judge commanded the one who writes the records to come, and behold, there came cherubim bearing 2 books, and with them was a very enormous man, and he had on his head 3 crowns, and one crown was higher than the other two crowns. The crowns are called the crowns of witness. And the man had in his hand a golden pen, and the judge said to him, give proof of the sin of this soul. And that man opened one of the books which the cherubim had, and saw out the sin of the woman's soul. And he found it. And the judge said, O wretched soul, how can you say that you have not committed murder? Did you not, after your husband's death, go and commit adultery with your daughter's husband and kill her? Hey, there was everything. And he charged her also with her other sins, including whatever she had done from her childhood. And when the woman heard these things, she cried aloud, saying, woe is me, because I forgot, because I forgot, because I forgot all my sins which I committed in the world, but here they were not forgotten. Ooh, buddy. Hey, this is a game? No, sir. And then they took her too and handed her over to the torturers. And Abraham said to Michael, Lord, who is this judge, and who is the other one who brings the charges of sins? And Michael said to Abraham, do you see the judge? This is Abel, who first bore witness, and God brought him here to judge. As I said, as we saw before, and then the one who produces evidence is the teacher of heaven and earth and the scribe of righteousness called Enoch. Oh boy. Hey, I'm telling you to go hard. I, I'm telling you, put away the weak nature. Because it ain't, hey, his thoughts ain't our thoughts. With all thy wisdom, get understanding. And the Lord sent them here in order that they might record the sins and righteous deeds of each person. And Abraham said, and how can Enoch bear the weight of the souls since he has not seen death? Because he was translated, right? Or how can he give the sentence of all souls, of all the souls? And Michael said, if he were to give sentence concerning them, it would not be accepted. But it is not Enoch's business to give sentence. Rather, the Lord is the one who gives sentence. And it is this one's task only to write. So, and you can see that this also, side note, you can see that Enoch title, teacher of heaven, earth, and scribe of righteousness, is also in the Dead Sea Scrolls as well, and in the books of remembrance. For Enoch prayed to the Lord, saying, Lord, I do not want to give the sentence of the souls, lest I become oppressive to someone. So Enoch said, I don't want to do that. Please, please. And the Lord said to Enoch, I shall command you to write the sins of a soul that makes atonement, and it will enter into life. And if the soul has not made atonement and repented, you will find its sins already written, and it will be cast into punishment. Now, okay, understand. Let's go back, right? Abel, right? Abel was the one to record the sins, right? And Enoch was the one to record the good deeds, right? So the Lord sent them there in order that they might record the sins. Yep. So he was writing the good works, yes? So Enoch was in charge of making sure that Christ knew everyone who made an atonement for their sins. Fasting and the Day of Atonement. It's all recorded. And those who repented, who made an atonement and repentance, it is considered good. If you did not, see, if the soul has not made atonement and repented, you will find the sins written down on the wrong side and they will be judged. Brothers and sisters, I know this was quite the pill to swallow. I know he wasn't expecting such a punch, but I share these things because I love you. I share these things because I truly, truly want us all to be the few. Think about it. I hope this lesson makes you all think. Few. Don't take that word lightly. One person to 7,000 people. 1. Brothers and sisters, let this be a lesson to examine your soul, examine your works, and go harder than you ever did to show the Most High that you're all in for Him until the very end. Go all in, brothers and sisters, and remain on the straight and narrow. Shabbat Shalom.
But the real answer to your question is that when it feels scary to jump, Ian, that is exactly when you jump. Otherwise, you end up staying in the same place your whole life. And that I can't do.
I'm jumping in for the Father. These are last days. Tomorrow's not promised, so I show all my ways. A blueprint to the kingdom. Narrow path ready. Turbulence all around as my feet remain steady. These the final days, right down to the hour. No clocking out for Satan as he seeks to devour. And this is why I fight, to show God I'm ready. The weight of heaven's on my shoulders, way beyond heavy. A journey to the kingdom, an elect story. They despise my ways, so I know they abhor me. They seek blood. As I walk with the sun, pride floats sky high, so they think they're the one. But little do they know, I don't seek their counsel, and that's why I'm distant, cause I can't be around you. I jumped in the water, but you stuck on the land. Hesitated for the kingdom while I grasped Christ's hand. He said, come with me, but you had many doubts. Oprah Winfrey's child. One heaven, many routes. They don't understand why I jump head first. I'm tired of evil and this world is a curse. A blessing to the evil, to the upright is a curse. And having ties with Satan is the only thing worse. I jump head first to get a head start. God elevates the weak and He separates the smart. Don't worry if you're weak, God will make us strong. Give your greatest effort and you can't go wrong. Everything in the book, you know they call us crazy, illiterate, can't read, they're useless and they're lazy. They focus on me, I know my back looks nice. Wise virgin bound, so I'm cold as dry ice. They focus on me, but I focus on the sun. Hypocrites of the world, Christ comes, they're done. All in for the Father, I don't play those games. Serving God fervently to escape those flames. All in the narrow path, so I walk that walk. Salvation's on my mind, so I talk that talk. All in the gospel, these elect ways. I'll trade all family, cause heaven only pays. Family ain't blood, but by the body of Christ. Don't talk about how you knew me in this life. The body of Christ is how I spend my life. There's whores in this world, but I'm preparing His wife. Flee from me, all thieves and the cheaters seek any way but Christ. Devilish deceivers, all in for the Father. These are last days, tomorrow's not promised, so prove all your ways. No clocking out for Satan as he seeks to devour. Remain all in till it's time for Christ's hour.